Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin here for the penultimate week number 5 of the action. It continues in Los Angeles this weekend, and we've got another championship weekend of coverage for all of you listeners. Semifinal singles action to kick off our play here on Saturday. Joining me to break down all of today's action is a returning champion here on our Cracked Racquets feed, a man you know best as a former NCAA champion, top 100 player. Of course, we know him as our friend Bradley Klon. BK, welcome back to our broadcast. Wimbledon final in the books today, but to be honest, I think we got the better broadcast deal. How are you doing on this Saturday?
I'm great, Alex. It's great to be back here with you again for another fantastic weekend of tennis.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, folks. And again, the fun of this SoCal Pro Circuit, the blend of players you get. And certainly in our first singles semifinal matches, we have a wide range of players. We've got someone 30 years old, someone 18 years old. You're getting to see a little bit of everything today. And with that said, let's get to our semifinal matches as our players are on court already warming up. We'll start with our women's singles semifinal. You see players on court already warming up their serves. On the near side of your screen, we'll start with the young challenger. It's 18-year-old Katie Codd, the incoming Duke women's tennis freshman, advanced to this semifinal via a walkover over top seed Allie Click. But you look for Katie Codd. She's yet to drop a set this week into her first pro semifinal. Now, I have never had the chance to see Katie play before. I know, BK, I don't believe you have either. That said, for any 18-year-old to get this sort of semifinal run prior to going to college, what does that mean for someone like Katie?
Yeah, it's huge to build that confidence going into college, knowing that you can already start to establish yourself at the lower levels of the pro ranks, just getting those wins, as you see, pretty decisive through the first 2 rounds and then benefiting from the walkover there. Curious to see how that actually helps or hurts her in this match, just not having played that match. You know, sometimes you like to get in a little bit of a rhythm, playing match in, match out as you get deeper into the tournament. So let's see how she handles that today.
Absolutely. The 18-year-old Codd, a blue chip recruit, number 9 in her class, according to tennisrecruiting.net, was a semifinalist at the J1 in San Diego earlier this year. Of course, she lost in that semifinal to junior Wimbledon girls singles champion Liv Hovde. So Katie Codd, one of those names to watch on the American junior scene. Of course, on the far side of the net, a returning champion here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast, someone who has already captured both a singles and doubles title here on this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, I'm referring to 24-year-old Mckenna Jones, the former NCAA doubles champion for the University of North Carolina, has been stellar this season. 19-5 overall on the ITF circuit in singles. I mentioned the doubles success as well. It feels like 1 year into her pro career, BK, McKenna's finally finding her feet.
Yes, you know, you can see those results, having won both singles and doubles earlier on this swing, just building up a lot of that confidence. Winning really breeds confidence. You start to get in the rhythm. You know, the aches and pains of playing a lot of matches kind of start to dissipate as you get into that routine. So going through the qualifying here as well, after winning that singles and doubles, you mentioned that doubles NCAA title. Just we've talked earlier, even last week, just about double success, kind of breeding single success and helping her to play more aggressive and move forward. So it's nice to see that continue to translate on the singles court.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see here, Katie Codd on the near side of your screen. Looks like she's going to serve first to begin our women's match. Nice first serve from Codd to get things started here. Apologies, we missed those first few points. Was just so excited to introduce these players to all of you. Now you got the full story again. It's Codd here on the near side of your screen. 3 early game point chances.
Ball.
So it's an early love hold for Katie Codd. No, seems like no rustiness there. She's ready to get rock and rolling here in our semifinals. One love. And of course, one of the privileges we have with our Cracked Racquets coverage is to have the opportunity to bring multiple matches to you at once. I want to flash what you're going to see throughout the course of this broadcast, our split screen coverage here of both our men's and women's singles semifinal competitions. Of course, in our men's semifinal, we can go full screen there. Now I want to quickly introduce these players, and we'll get back to our women's match already underway. But of course, on the near side of your screen, number 7 seed Nate Ponwith, the 24-year-old, into the 5th pro semifinal of his career. Now, Ponwith, the record this season for Ponwith's not going to look its prettiest. You look for him overall on the year 9-13 heading into this week's event, but has picked up his momentum, found some rhythm here on the SoCal Pro Circuit, made a final in San Diego a couple of weeks ago, into another semifinal here in LA. It's been a tough path for him to reach these semifinals. You word it all, a little wear and tear on the body of Ponwith, or how are these earlier matches going to help him here today?
Yeah, it can go two ways, right? Obviously, he's played a lot of matches the last month, 4 or 5 weeks. That can certainly catch up to you. That's something that you look for when you're starting out on tour. You want to be able to play week in, week out, just gain that experience, put yourself in more match situations. So there is the possibility of some wear and tear. That said, when you're into the tournament, sometimes you want a few of those tougher matches early on. Challenge yourself, continue to build that confidence that you can dig out of difficult situations. I think it's almost more important having that as you go into the later rounds. Very rarely do you see guys and girls rolling through the draw and winning without dropping a set. Usually there's a little bit of adversity that each player has to go through. So, we'll see early on how he's moving. Sometimes it can be tough getting those legs, shaking them out in the first few games, but let's see how that wear and tear early on.
No, absolutely. And certainly he's going to need his legs today. So he's got a tough test in 30-year-old Sekou Bangura. Bangura, successful run here on his way to these semifinals. He's looked good. Hasn't dropped a set. Wins over Svensson, Su, and Vallejo. You look for Bangura was, ranked as high as number 213 back in 2016. A guy who's obviously been grinding on the pro tour now for just about a decade. What makes Sekou Bangura such a difficult competitor to face, BK?
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's a veteran out here. He's been up as high as, in the low 200s. So he's certainly gained that experience playing at some of the more of the challenger level. And he can draw on that experience here today, just having put himself in more situations throughout his career. It can be tough working your way back up there. You've had a little bit of the taste of that next level coming back down. It's really important for him to stay focused, stay in the present, and rely on that experience as he gets later into this tournament and, more specifically this match.
Absolutely. And with that said, let's get to our matches. Mckenna Jones, near side of your screen. Early break point she faces against the 18-year-old Codd. Meanwhile, Ponwith, Bangura getting ready to get their match underway. It's week 5 of the SoCal Pro Circuit here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Always nice to find a first serve down a break point here early. And again, for Mckenna Jones, despite her lack of pro circuit experience, really when you look for Jones, she's still played fewer than 50 main draw matches on the ITF level. She's the veteran in this match, a strange position for her on the pro circuit. Again, early tempo there. Able to match that physicality early. A little juice on the end as well. Another break point chance. All right. Early break for Katie Codd. Forehand a little close. Certainly, again, maybe not your traditional technique, how close she strikes it to that body, but awfully effective. It's two love Codd here early on. Let's go split screen if we can. Super producer Daniel Westhoff as that men's match now officially underway. You see on the near side of your screen, it's Nate Pon with the early hold for one love.
A good start for Ponwith there, especially after we talked about a couple tough matches early on, just trying to really get those legs under him. I think it's important just to keep his nose in front, hold serve, and let himself find his legs a little bit in this match.
Meanwhile, this Katie Codd forehand, explosive, to say the least here early. A lot to like about this 18-year-old so far.
Yeah, showing no signs of the inexperience that we talked about just coming onto the scene. You mentioned Mckenna Jones being the more experienced of the two at this level, but Codd really imposing her will early on.
Let me ask you this one as well. Codd going to be an incoming freshman at Duke. Obviously, Mckenna Jones spent her time at UNC. Well-known rivalry in the Tar Heel State. That carry over to the pro circuit at all, or not really?
I would say not really. I think actually a more interesting dynamic is the fact that you're going to school and there's a little bit less pressure, knowing that you're going in there, playing a little bit more freely versus starting your pro career and now all of a sudden this is a profession. The wins might mean a little bit more. There's a little bit more on it, I guess, just knowing, hey, we got to start building our ranking up, improving, trying to get to the next level. So that, that's one factor to look at throughout the match.
I feel like the more interesting thing is probably playing your teammate once you're out on the pro tour.
Yeah, that never had that experience.
Yeah, no fun for anyone though.
Can't imagine going, 4 years together, all day being in the trenches and all the morning workouts and competing with each other and then flipping it. Although you can play your teammate in college too, so I certainly had that experience a couple times and unique.
Yeah, I'm sure. Helps to be the winner, I imagine, in those scenarios. Yes. As we see again, early 30 all here for Codd.
The old adage of a break is not a break until you hold serve certainly comes into play here as Mckenna Jones looking to kind of quiet the momentum of Codd.
Mckenna Jones connecting. A couple of second serve returns. She gets that break right back. Back on serve 1-2 early in women's semifinal number 1. Meanwhile, all right, how about this? So serving marker, I think, just was a bit off early. Turns out Ponwith had an opening break to start the match, but Bangura gets that right back. 1-all here in our semifinal.
A break
is he playing with an N code? It's not, but it looks like it.
Is that a Yonex? My eyes are deceiving me right now.
Yeah, no, I think it is a Yonex. I think you're right.
One thing with Bangura is he really looks relaxed out there. I feel like we're going to see a lot of breaks of serve in this match. He has a tendency to spin it in from time to time, not always go for it, but from the back, he's so loose. He moves so well, has really good hands on the return as well. So, we might look for that dynamic of trading breaks throughout this match.
Interesting to note. It's an early 30-love lead here for Bangura. Yeah, and Ponwith's going to be a fluid returner as well. Has no problem stepping up early, hitting a hanging, punishing, I should say, a hanging second serve.
It's going to be real important for Bangura to get a high percentage of first serves in, especially with that weaker second. As you mentioned, Ponwith's ability to step up and attack that second serve. Definitely a match to play more percentages. Don't give him too many looks at that second.
It's a good serve, getting the job done for Sekou Bangura. So he now inches out ahead 2-1. We'll go back to Mckenna Jones here. But of course, part of the fun of our Cracked Racquets broadcast is we see another Love 30 lead for Katie Codd. We want to interact with all of you joining us on the stream here today. Also want to offer you all a chance to improve your own tennis game. Our friend Paul Annacone, in support of this SoCal Pro Circuit, offering up his elite coaching services, putting together a little trivia competition to win a 30-minute video tutorial from Paul Annacone. All you got to do, tweet at us, at Cracked Racquets, at Alex Gruskin. Find the certified Bradley Klon on Twitter. You can tweet at him as well. Answer our trivia questions. Let us know again. You're tuning in your thoughts on today's matches at Cracked Racquets, at Alex Gruskin.
Forcing me to fire up the old Twitter app again. Huh?
Might just have to today, BK. And our first trivia question is we see Mckenna Jones fighting off a break point in the Open era. Only 3 men's players have ever won the Wimbledon singles title 4 times in a row. Now, of course, the reason we bring that trivia question up, Novak Djokovic has the opportunity to win a 4th in a row if he earns a victory tomorrow. Of course, right now, only 3 men have won 4 Wimbledon singles titles in a row. Name one of those 3 players. I think you could get all 3, BK. So we see double fault from Jones. The break goes back to Codd, so she stays ahead here, up a hold, I suppose. 3-1. If you want to give him a freebie, BK, give me one of the players. Who you thinking?
Borg.
Bjorn Borg is on the list. That would have been the hard one, in my opinion. So that's one of the 3.
All right, well, I guess I gave him the hard one then.
Yeah, I like it. As we see here again, Codd up 15-love. Your impressions here early of the 18-year-old?
Yeah, really solid. I thought, handled that losing serve after getting up the break early very well. Very mentally strong, getting right back on it, getting that break a serve. I really want to see how she adjusts this game, playing with a break lead. Saw a few missed first serves in that last game to lose the break, but so far, a couple good first serves and in this game and off to the early 15-love lead.
Meanwhile, on the flip side, if you're Mckenna Jones, I think we see here early that forehands the wing Codd really goes after. What do you do to start scheming around that?
Yeah, I like her ability to keep going after it, even with a few errors, not being shy, looking for that big serve and finding the forehand.
Oh. That's one way to stop her from doing it.
That is a screamer of a return.
Out of the Elena Rybakina playbook goes Mckenna Jones for 15-30.
I really like that change of direction line from Cod. She was behind in the point the majority of the time. Looked like she was getting crossed up over there on the backhand side, but a really good change of direction from outside the singles alley, or the singles line actually, and then smart to take that approach behind Jones. It's such a difficult shot from out there, just going against the grain, making that strong change line.
Anytime. Mckenna Jones, though, getting a look at that sitting forehand return. She is going after it right now.
Yeah, Cod's first serve percentage has dipped a little here. You can see she's pulling down a little bit early, just not quite staying up, and Jones is really showing a propensity to attack that second serve.
Well-struck forehands from Mckenna Jones. To your point, Katie Codd, 53% first serve percentage through her first 3 service games. As such, Mckenna Jones back on serve, has yet to hold serve, though. Has the 24-year-old. She'll face that challenge when we return. Meanwhile, Ponwith gets on the board for a hold, 2-all, 30 love here. We'll try to lock in a little bit closer here on this men's singles semifinal. Do apologize. Not shown much of it yet. It's a nice first serve from Bangura. Tell you what, whenever we have shown it, seem to have a locked-in Bangura, who this season, 17-8 overall in the year coming into this week's action. Made a final 2 weeks ago, South Bend, Indiana. Makes that journey out now. We'll play in Southern California. A little bit of a change. So hold that love. 4-3-2.
All part of the journey that is the pro circuit out there, and travel and getting right back to it, just learning how to adjust, how to handle different conditions, different time zones, change of balls. You know, there's a lot of adversity thrown your way each week, and the best out there are able to handle those transitions and changes with ease and just keep their focus on the controllables, which is their game, what they're trying to implement.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up, because I do want to quickly show a clip from one of the men behind the scenes who have helped make this possible. You can see all of our sponsors on the screen, but we had the chance last week to speak with tournament director Peter Smith, who of course hosted last week's action at the Kramer Club. He talked about the importance of providing local events for these players, particularly the Americans, like I say, Bangura, Nate Ponwith, all of our players competing right now to get those pro circuit opportunities. Let's show what Coach Smith had to say. From May to September in 2021, there were 9 pro circuit events for the men in the United States at the ITF level. In Europe, during that same stretch of time, there were 108. Obviously, that's quite the disparity. How important is it for them to have these local opportunities, as you mentioned? Was that something you felt was missing throughout your coaching tenure?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think there's lots of ways to get competition. But to me, for a 17 through, 23-year-old, whatever age, these opportunities are priceless, and they're so, so important. So there's lots of opportunities, but to play at ITF where there's ATP points and WTA points, there's a much different intensity when people are playing for those world ranking points. And so this is very, very important. And Southern Cal tennis historically is the best tennis in the world. Look at all of the great tennis players that have come out of here and are still coming out of Southern Cal. So it's super important that these players have these opportunities in their backyard.
Always great to hear from one of the legends in the game, Peter Smith. Woo! How do you do, Nathan Ponwith? Electric with his racket speed on that forehand pass for 15-0. Good serve from Ponwith there into that body of Bangura. You like that play?
Yeah, I do, especially Bangura. You see how far back he's standing at the start, but look at where he ends up when he makes contact. He's taking that big step up, which helps him carry that momentum into the return. But you see him, he's almost jamming himself a little bit. You see a lot of guys starting to stand back more and more these days, just giving themselves time to take that big swing on the return. Medvedev, Nadal, perfect examples of that. They're, sometimes barely in the screen to return serve, but they're able to give themselves time. And that's what you're looking for when you stand back there. Bangura's he's giving himself that, but he's then taking it away. And he has good hands to catch up to it, but I'd like to see him make that adjustment here on that next return game.
He's asking if he can challenge the line call. Sadly, no challenge system. But shout out to our friends at Track Tennis for the fantastic camera quality you see on screen today. Sprays long there for love 15. Meanwhile, I know Nate Ponwith's floated in the BK circles for a bit of time, but your initial reaction to his game, his approach to this match.
Yeah, I think, especially against a player like Bangura, who can be in and out. He's going to be solid at times. He's going to come forward a little bit. Bangura can kind of get into a lull of just moving the ball around and relying on his athleticism. So I think it's really important for Ponwith to keep that consistent aggression, not get sucked into the little cat and mouse game with Bangura. Continue to look to move forward. We've seen him have success doing that. Mentioned attacking those second serves early. So I think it's going to be really important for him to play it on his terms and keep that aggression up throughout the match.
See the athleticism for Bangura, able to flick that forehand with ease for 15-all.
I like that point from Ponwith. You see him immediately getting on offense with that middle forehand. Hit it good. Not great, but solid return. And Bangura just reluctant to do anything with that first ball when he had a look. And I think it's important for Ponwith to jump on that first opportunity that he has. He did that there well and got rewarded for it.
That's an exciting angle. That's a Bradley Klahn angle. I've seen that inside out forehand from you at least twice. At least twice.
That's a difficult shot from that position. Catching it, didn't quite catch it in the strike zone. He was in total control of the point. I'd like to see him start moving forward and looking to finish off some of those points at net. That's a high forehand volley if he gets that inside the service line.
And you see again, the freebie leads to free point for Bangura. How quickly it could have been 15-40, now 40-30 here for the former Florida Gator Bangura.
Just showing you how thin the margins are even at this level. So important to make those high quality decisions consistently. Doesn't have to be a lot of flash out here, but who can make those decisions in the bigger moments?
Love that return from Ponwith. And to your point about him being in control when he misses that inside out forehand for 30 all, that's the footwork though you want to see from him, right? That's the attitude you're talking about.
Yeah, you know, I much rather see that aggression, right? There's good misses and there's lackadaisical misses. You want them to be proactive. You want to be going for it. It's just making sure, recognizing where you are in the point. You know, not to harp on that point, but I think it speaks to kind of the larger theme of the match is he's in control. He can play within himself a little bit more and have that measured aggression, knowing that he's, you know, you look for, you want to turn the needle a little bit. Can you get to 55-45 in the point? Now, can you get to 57-43? Can we just keep kind of inching the meter up in our favor and forcing the opponent to have to come up with something a little bit more to get them out of that uncomfortable situation?
All right, well, if you ever want to know what tennis looks like at 2x speed, that's what it is. And I got to say, it looked good. It looked
That was
good.
A great point to have 2 times the speed.
Yeah, that was really cool. Obviously, again, apologies for that fact. Internet's going to internet from time to time here on us. But again, I think you got to see the nuances of that point, the cat and mouse nature of what this matchup can be. Back to normal speed here for another deuce. Nice backhand return. Had the forehand he wanted, BK.
Yeah, you know, again, I like that play from Pon with a good, deep, solid return, pushing Bangora back. I think that forehand side of Bangora is the side to play when you're attacking, and he got the look he wanted on the forehand.
All right, a little extra effort, but Bangora scraps up the hold, keeps himself ahead. 4-3 here, set number one. We go back over to our women's singles semifinal. Where again, a lot of breaks of serve, but right now Mckenna Jones seems to have found her footing. And look at the stats from this match, still extraordinarily early, but Katie Cobb making just 57% of her first serves. Mckenna Jones has made her pay. Jones now 40-15. She has herself ahead. Now here for Jones. Jones making 70% of her first serves, but winning just about 50% of her points on serve so far. Hasn't been the prettiest serving for either players to start. Love that. If nothing else, we're learning Katie Codd likes to go down swinging. Just about any time she can find that forehand, she's going to swing aggressively.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from Codd starting out, getting her, getting this experience at the pro level, getting ready to go into college. You want to see this continued aggression, continue to move forward, playing the match on her terms. Really good second serve from Mckenna Jones there. Deep in the box, not giving Codd a good look at that and immediately pouncing on that forehand. I really like that +1 play. Serve into the body, looking to take that forehand and just playing that with depth. You saw where she landed that. Deep, giving herself some margin, but a really solid shot, keeping that offense. Codd has done a really good job staying in this game, losing a bit of that momentum with 3 straight games and Jones serving 4-3, 40-15, but had a couple looks at second serves, kept herself in, and she's got herself a great opportunity to get back on serve here.
Mckenna Jones, 12 of 28 right now on her own service points, 4 of 10 on the second serve. Oh, had the volley she wanted, beautifully constructed, but the break goes back to Codd for 4-all. Second serve stats for both of these players. Just the service stats in general, both players winning under 50% of their service points. Codd 6 of 12 on the first serve, 3 of 9 on the second. Jones 8 of 19 on the first, 4 of 10 on the second. And there's been 6 breaks in 8 games, BK.
I think the stats explain that story beautifully. Just the inconsistency on the first serve and really the returner having the opportunity to get a good crack and get on the offense. did a really good job neutralizing that big return from Jones. She was able to absorb that forehand well, played it high through the middle of the court, not giving Jones any angle, but then lost a little bit of that margin for error there.
Well,
Mckenna Jones showing off the entire arsenal for 15-30. Let's go split screen if we can. Sekou Bangura serving for the set now. That happened quickly. Nate Ponwith here, 5-3, love 15 though. Again, action heating up on both courts, so we're going to go split screen vision. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn here. Semifinals Saturday on week 5 of the SoCal Pro Circuit.
Mckenna Jones with a brilliant play, aggressive, moving forward, able to pull Cod way off the court and showing off some of those net skills there. This time puts the easy forehand volley away for another couple of break points. Holds tough to come by on court 2 so far today.
With it opened up a little above 30 lead. After that missed return. Yeah, 6 and 8 wasn't enough. 7 breaks in 9 games now. Look, Mckenna Jones, it may not be the most straightforward pathways to victory, but again, 19 and 5 overall here in 2021 in pro circuit matches. Success breeds success, as we've learned. And right now, the success is there. Meanwhile, how about this? Breakpoint chance right back for Ponwith.
Great return there from Ponwith, covering that forehand side. Got beat at love 30 out wide, but again, sitting on that forehand return. Excellent play from Ponwith there.
I love Ponwith. I just like the quickness. I like the athleticism. He has the ability to hang.
Yeah, he held his ground well there. I was expecting Bangura Bangura had the opening there to play that forehand line. Sometimes in those tighter moments, you resort back to what is comfortable for you, and that's that cross-court forehand for him. The way he hits that ball coming around the outside of it, unwilling to take the shot given to him, and Ponwith made him pay.
Absolutely. So again, on serve, 5-4 once again. Ponwith stays alive in set number 1. It looks like it's suns out, guns out right now for Nate Ponwith. Going to get the quick shirt change as well. Apologies for any of our viewers who are looking forward to that. As we stick here now, Mckenna Jones looking to serve out set number 1. Of course, we'll go back to our split screen as soon as Ponwith and Bangura get back out there on court. Now, qualifier Mckenna Jones may not be having a ton of success behind the serve. She is landing first serves. When you are in this sort of a funk, again, BK, what is it? The serving? Is it the returning? How do you get out of this sort of funk?
Yeah, I think you have to get back to basics here. As you can see, both players are getting good hits on the return, and both servers seem a little bit on the defense, kind of on that back foot, as you saw there, falling off, trying to defend on the forehand. So really important to get back to basics, find your one play that you know will elicit that forehand for both players to get on the offense. Much better from Jones there. You know, sometimes on given days, it's not there as well. You have to find other ways to win points. You might not be able to get on offense on the serve, but there's still other ways in the points. Neutralizing early, getting back to that 50-50 ball, and then being able to attack with your forehand. Like we saw Jones do there. Bided her time, got that forehand inside out, and was able to take control.
So fascinating watching Mckenna Jones play. Again, she goes 2-7, 40-15. I don't know if she's elite at anything, BK, but she's really good at everything. And I just, again, as we progress through her pro career, I wonder where the development's going to continue to come.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to see her continue to develop that aggressive moving forward, taking advantage of some of those double skills that she's shown on tour and in college, continue to play that aggressive style, finishing points at net, and adding a little variety on the backhand side.
Mckenna Jones halfway towards another Pro Circuit final here in the SoCal Pro Series. 6 before she takes the opening set over 18-year-old Katie Cobb. Meanwhile, Nate Conwith 5 down, managed to break, stay alive in set number 1. Now 40-30 will go full screen. Bangura Conwith here. And stats for these two players fairly consistent across the board. Neither thriving on serve. They either. Conwith 57% first serve percentage. Bangura's at 56. Doesn't look particularly windy here, a testament to these returners. Count out on court. Oh, excuse me. I thought that ball sailed on him. Incorrect. So Bangura back to deuce here. Both guys struggling on the first serve. Bangura 60% win percentage. Conwith right now 10 of 17, 59% win percentage on the first serve. Hasn't seemed to matter which serve it is, BK.
Yeah, with their low first serve percentage, already down mid-50s for both of them, I'd like to see that win percentage a little bit higher. If you're going to be serving in the low 50s, you want to be more physical, more aggressive with that serve because you're giving so many looks. Tough when you're only serving it in at mid-50s, and also winning percentage is about the same. Not backing it up as well as we'd like to see.
Very few free points in this match. The only free point probably the one pond with double fault. All right, you can see a little right to left wind, but nothing dramatic.
Yeah, on that point, I think it's important. Free points doesn't necessarily mean ace or a service winner either, but that's also setting up a short forehand, setting up balls to move in and be aggressive and take control of that +1 and kind of win the point in 4 shots or less. So without that freebie, without the aces, I'd like to see a little bit more placement. There's a great serve from Ponwith there, deep in the box, hugging that center line and stretching Bangora. Like to see a little bit more placement, intention with those serves to start really setting up that forehand for both players.
Ponwith will take the freebie, and with it a hold. Bassan serve 5-all. I believe our players are back out court for the start of set number 2. Want to go split screen here just because we know that momentum at the start of set number 2, particularly for an 18-year-old like Katie Codd playing in her first pro singles semifinal. Get an easy hold on the board to start set number 2 after holding just once in the opening set. Critical here. Bangora serving on the near side of your screen. 5-all. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon continuing to sear our coverage here of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. And shout out to the sponsors you see on the top of the screen. Wilson, Blade. Heard me make an N-code joke earlier. K-Factor series, so many different Wilson rackets over the years. The Clash now. So many Wilson rackets used by pros at all levels of the tennis professional circuit. Obviously, all of those pros participating in ITF, USTA events. Of course, here, these events wouldn't happen without our friends at the California Tennis Association Foundation. Of course, Bruce Krieg, Crable families, just so generous in ensuring tennis can continue to thrive at the grassroots level here in the United States. See an early opening here for Nate Ponwith. Let's go full screen on our men's match here. Ponwith doing such a good job with his timing on the serve, and you mentioned this at the start of our match, BK. Bangora likes to roll in those serves. It feels like Ponwith has found his contact point, has found his rhythm against that play.
Yeah, that's a tough – it can be tricky to manage that. You're expecting that big serve coming in as – watch this point here.
Oh, that ball landed for Ponwith, so it's a break point chance for him.
Yeah, so, it takes a little bit of time. You're used to those big serves, kind of timing up your split, and all of a sudden that split, you're actually out in front of it a little bit more. Takes a little bit of an adjustment, having to sit back on that back leg and let the ball travel to you, but Ponwith has done a very nice job adjusting. And the danger for Bangora is just rolling those serves, and he's giving up the offensive fairly easily.
I mentioned earlier, Nate Ponwith competing in his 5th Pro Circuit final, 3-1 in his previous 4. How about the screamer down the line there? So fluid on that backhand wing from 3-5 down. Now Nate Ponwith will serve BK for the first set.
I love the way he played so aggressively on the break point. That's what you want to see from the young guy over there. He really stepped in on the backhand. You can see Bangora kind of immediately serving and moving back, kind of at those angles. Ponwith taking good angles to the ball, aggressive, cutting in, and it's a really good sight to see.
Absolutely. So 6-5, Nate Ponwith will serve for the first set. We're going to go back to our women's match for now. But of course, we'll get back as soon as Ponwith Bangora are back on court. Super producer Daniel Westoff will bring us back to our men's match, of course. Worth noting, never answered our trivia question from earlier in our broadcast. Of course, again, part of the fun of this SoCal Pro Circuit, we wanted to offer all of you viewers the chance to interact. Tweet at us, whether it's me, at Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon, at Cracked Racquets. Our first trivia question: in the Open era, only 3 men's players have ever won the Wimbledon singles title 4 times in a row. Of course, Novak Djokovic can become the 4th men's player to do it if he wins over Nick Kyrgios tomorrow. But BK, can you name the 3 players now? We're giving it away. We're about to answer this question. Can you name the 3? Want to give you the first shot?
Sampras.
Sampras. You gave us Bjorn Borg earlier. 1 more to go.
Federer.
And I was going to say, it's exactly who you think it is. Roger Federer, the other 3 men to do it. And yes, we're going to go back to our men's match now. Apologies for interrupting midpoint. Good to see Katie Codd. How about that shot? A little scoop from Mckenna Jones, but Nate Ponwith serving for the first set here, 15-love. We now bring up our next trivia question. Again, sticking with a little Wimbledon theme here, given the weekend it is. Prior to Nick Kyrgios, who was the last Australian men's tennis player to reach the Wimbledon singles final. Little double fault action from Ponwith, 4-15 all. You guys can't see this on your screen right now. BK shaking his head, thinking about this trivia question. I think he's got I think you have the answer. I think I can see you thinking you have it.
I think so.
My hint to everyone, it's not who you think. It's not the obvious name. That's my hint to everyone. Of course, we'll be back 2:20 to answer that trivia question, but you want a shot to win a free 30-minute virtual lesson from Paul Annacone. Tweet your answer to us at Cracked Racquets, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. Oh, Sekou Bangora.
Ponwith has done a really good job playing aggressive tennis to get back into the set. We saw he was down 5-3, rolled off 2 breaks in a row on Bangora's serve, playing aggressive, pushing Bangora back. Now all of a sudden, he hasn't played with a lead since that opening break at 1-0 in the first. How does he handle this? It's sometimes when you're playing down, you got your back against the wall, you play a little bit freer, and all of a sudden the momentum shifts. Now you're serving for the set. We've seen the double fault. We've seen a few missed first serves. How's that weighing on his mind here?
Also, got to give a little bit of a shout out to Ponwith. Skies out, thighs out. I mean, this man evoking some 1975 Wimbledon white vibes with the shorts here today. Got to respect it. You have the confidence to do that. You probably have the confidence to come back from 3-5 down.
Yeah, never skip leg day, right? Not as a tennis player.
Never. See, now you're going to get me into my have you ever seen Roger Federer's legs in person rant and how scary they are.
Looks like that just clipped the line from Bangora there. Ponwith gave it the extra look, unsure, but so hard calling through the net.
That ball responsible. The responsibility of the far umpire there. That one missed. That is the danger of facing a Bangora, right? How quickly he seemingly can turn it on.
Yeah, he moves so effortlessly. We've seen the athleticism from him. You see the fluctuation in the level a bit, but he does have some of that raw, effortless power.
How about that? First ace on the day.
Great response.
Ponwith. Just like that, Nate Ponwith has earned himself a set point. Well, look, there are camera feeds that are too slow. There are camera feeds that are too fast. There are camera feeds that are just right. We got all three in the midst of 1 point. Got to see the slow-mo, got to see the sped up. And ultimately what you saw is Nate Ponwith take the first set 7-5, BK.
Great response from Ponwith there. Bangora struggled trying to close that out on his own serve, and Ponwith really ramped up the aggression.
Absolutely, and so Nate Ponwith 7-5 first set, inching closer to a fourth pro final of his career, would be his second in 5 weeks on this SoCal Pro Circuit. And for a guy, Nate Ponwith, who would not crack the top 600 in his career, Ponwith in a position to do just that with one more good set of tennis. Meanwhile, Mckenna Jones just fought off a break point to get us back to deuce here. Tell you what, here's a fun fact for you. It's 2-1 in the second set. We've already had as many holds in set number 2 as we did all through set number 1. Just filed under things you love to see in a Pro Circuit semifinal.
Both players settling in here. It's, so often you see the fluctuations from set to set, the mental restart, and just finding a little bit more rhythm and confidence on that serve.
All right, 4 up, 4 down. How about it? Here, and again, you see at top right of your screen, if you'd like a shot and a 30-minute virtual lesson from a man who coached Pete Sampras, a man who coached Roger Federer. Of course, I'm referring to Paul Anico, supporter of this SoCal Pro Circuit. You tweet at us at Crack Racquets. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn, the last Australian men's tennis player to reach the Wimbledon singles final prior to Nick Kyrgios. Spring a bit wide.
I'd like to see Jones follow that backhand in. You could see she was already a few feet inside the court. Her momentum was carrying her towards the net, and she had Codd stretched on that backhand side. That's a difficult change line, moving back from that court position and then also trying to redirect.
I would say Jones is a good but reluctant volleyer. She can do it. She just doesn't love to.
Yeah, it's outside of her comfort zone, but ultimately when you want to make that transition to the upper echelons of the Pro Tour, just continuing to stretch your comfort zone.
Oh, cheeky.
You know, back to that point real quick. I think it's, we have to remind ourselves that it's so difficult to pull that off in the semis of a tournament. That's where all those reps on the practice court come into play, just building up that confidence so that in the pressure situations, you do have that ability, you've got that skill set.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to use a Bradley Clonism here. I think my favorite thing about Mckenna Jones is how well she spreads the court.
Yeah.
Seems to move the ball so effectively to every corner.
That was on full display there. You saw just taking a little bit of pace off that forehand inside the court, using the width very well. It's hard to beat a lot of these players with just pure pace. Everyone moves so well and covers the court.
Oh, Mckenna Jones is everywhere. That's some phenomenal defense from 18-year-old Katie Codd. She anticipates really well. I mean, again, she was everywhere she needed to be.
Hey, you saw the court coverage exactly there on full display. Both players covering all corners of the court.
Nice approach.
All started with that big first serve from Codd there, showing a willingness to go after it in the big moments there. This is a key, crucial point for her. Already down a set, 2-all, 30-all. Really impressive to see her reach back and go for something more on that serve.
Katie Codd forehand alike. And here's a number for you, BK, and you've been harping on this all match. Katie Codd, set number 1, made 46% of her first serves, was 10 of 26 behind her serve in set number 1. She's made 73% of her first serves through the first 3 games of this second set. Turns out that helps a little bit, as she now leads 3-2 on serve here in set number 2. Just finding that first forehand so much easier when you make that first serve.
The numbers don't lie there. It's that's tennis in today's modern era. It's the first serve and the first forehand. How well can you place that serve? Can you back it up and find a forehand on your front foot? Ability to be aggressive. We saw the big first serve from Ponwith there, saving a break point. We talked about the struggles in this match on the first serve for both players throughout that set. Again, just such a crucial metric in both the men's and women's game.
So, and I apologize, as you know, here at Crack Rackets, we freestyle. You guys, of course, watching and enjoying the tennis as much as we are, but I have the opportunity to pick the mind of Bradley Klahn. And when you have that opportunity, you just have to take it. And I'm a little afraid now when people are going to hear me talking on the podcast saying I was talking to a top 100 player, they're going to be like, he means Bradley Klahn. And so I'm afraid of that moving forward. That said, when you watch, you know, again, these players, you talk about the importance of that serve, that +1 forehand. Is it as simple as going out and hitting the 10,000 anecdotal serves that every coach is preaching and like, hey, actually do go hit a basket of serves? Like, is that how these players are doing it? How do you manufacture and work on that +1 tennis? It just feels like it's such a specific thing to work on.
Yeah, so I think it's twofold, right? You need to work just on the serve, setting up the targets, also setting up targets in back, and not just working on hitting specific targets, but also how well can you break the ball? How well, we talk about spreading the court. How much can you get that slice? For me as a lefty, it was the slice T on the deuce, the slice white on the ad. How far out can you stretch them, right? If you're getting the returner, if you stand in the return spot, how far can you get them to have to cover the court on both sides? The further out you can get the serve wide and T, the more they have to respect, the more on their heels they are, because they know just they can't one step and put a racket on the ball. So that's step one. That said, you also need to practice that +1 ability, and that comes from just serve, having somebody return, and getting in the mindset to find that forehand, to find the aggressive look. You know, I talk about this a lot. This was preached to me by my coach, Peter Lucassen, from 2017 to 2019. And one of the things we always talked about was proactive with the feet, wanting the ball, wanting to own the ball. That comes from that serve, looking for the ball. The feet come because of your eagerness to want to attack that and then go after it. So it's twofold. You obviously need to just practice the serve, but you need to get that mentality of looking for the ball, playing aggressive, and that only comes from doing it. You can't get that just from hitting a bucket of serves.
So it's just as much, and it's just as much mindset, it sounds like, as execution. And again, those are the tidbits our Crack Rackets fans are looking for. By the way, you just did me a massive favor, and as you know, we like to cover a lot of college tennis here. It's Lucassen. It's not Lucassen. It's Peter Lucassen.
Oof. I should know this.
Do we know? No, because I've never known, and so I just call him Pete. But it's nice to be able to refer to him now. And
I think I've called him both, to be honest.
Okay.
And he's been one of my, this is going to make me look terrible, but he's still one of my closest friends. We obviously had a great professional relationship as well. He really helped me coming back from my second surgery in 2016. And just really, you know, I think one of the best things about him is just his love for tennis, his passion, his willingness to, he's always wanted to get on court and practice. And he just has that positive mentality, that positive mindset. It's motivating for, you know, to say it easily. It's very motivating, but he makes you want to get better, enjoy being on the court. And he was a big reason for my comeback from that last surgery and jumping back into the top 100.
No, and he's been essential to the SoCal USTA team over these past couple of years, no doubt about that.
Yeah, he's doing very well now with Botic van de Zandschulp.
Mm-hmm.
Started with him last year after the U.S. Open, and what a run that he's been on. A very talented Dutchman, up to, I think, mid-20s, 25 or 26 is a career high. So Peter Peter's definitely had success with all the players that he's worked with, and one of the really good guys out there on tour in the coaching ranks.
A stupid Vandesen sculpt fun fact. I think our producer Westoff knows it's coming, and he's going to message me saying, don't do it, but I can't help it. Fun fact about Vandesen sculpt, born October 4th, 1995, 2 days before me. So when I see him having success, all I think is, all right, I got 2 days to get my stuff together. Like, hey, that's how long you have, because he's top 20. You got to be top 20 pretty soon. And so, absolutely, as we see again, Bangura 3-love lead has come out strong in set number 2. Meanwhile, here's the question. Again, from 47% to over 70%, can the 18-year-old Katie Codd keep up this serving performance here in set number 2? I do think from a weapons perspective, her forehand's probably the biggest shot on the court when she turns into it.
Yeah, she's definitely shown that ability to step in, and yeah, I love the way she hits that inside-out forehand. She gets it tailing off the court. Then it just becomes, how often are you able to find that forehand? Are you putting yourself in a position to run those plays as often as possible? Obviously, Jones has a say in it. She's trying to run her own plays, but it's how can you funnel the ball into that forehand inside out and take control of the point from there. That is a big, timely ace out wide, facing 3-all 15-30 from Codd.
I'll say this for someone who does not, it's not the most fluid movement from Katie Codd, but she's doing a good job covering the outer thirds. And again, 18 years old, that's the perspective I'd want to keep here as we see a breakpoint chance for Jones. Yeah. I think there's more here. Like 2 years in college for Katie Codd in the Duke weight program, getting, again, that strength in her legs. I like her game moving forward.
Yeah, she's got the size. You know, like you said, let's not forget she's 18 and has time to grow into that, improve the movement overall. As we see on the tours today, just the movement is really the deciding factor out there on tour. The best players in the world are the best movers in the world. So she's got that time to develop it. We've seen the tools, especially that forehand, you know, and developing, improving that ability to find more forehands is only going to help her as she moves up the ranks.
Mm-hmm. No, she's tall, so it's an obvious comparison to make, but I just see a lot of Pliskova in her movement, like how she's reaching and kind of extending there. You just feel like, again, 18 years old, I was still slipping anytime it was icy out because I had no control of my limbs, but like, once you actually learn the knee bend and can like explode with your quads, I just feel like Codd becomes a different player.
Yeah, it's learning to be able to transition in and out of the corners. Yes. And I think that's really movement on a tennis court is how well can you get in and out of the corners. You know, Djokovic is the best example that we have of that, but just his ability to stay balanced when he's stretched, it's so important. That's where you can gain those split seconds recovering back. How quickly are you able to put the brakes on, immediately recover back to the middle, and just make it look fluid, keeping that upper body calm. That's how you're going to generate the most power outside the alleys.
Swinging volley aided by the net cord. I always like to include Halep in that conversation as well. I think she's another player who just the pace she can generate in the outer thirds. It's just like she can do it in a way no one else in the women's game can.
Yeah, you can see her athleticism on full display at all times. Just that raw ability to move, to cover the court, and to stay balanced. I mean, like we said, just that balance outside of the alleys is really important.
This is not one of our trivia questions today, but who's older, Simona Halep or Sekou Bangura? I know the answer, but I'm curious what you think.
I'm gonna say same birth year.
Same birth year. Good guess. Shout out to you.
That's about as good as now. I kind of knew that. Now I'm just taking a shot in the dark. I'm gonna say Halep.
Halep, September 91, Bangura, November 91. Shout out to you, Bradley Klon. That Stanford difference, folks.
You know, sometimes it's good to be lucky.
Yeah. Speaking of not luck, but just being good, Mckenna Jones has found her footwork today, just moving the ball so effortlessly around the court right now. 24-year-old playing the best tennis of her career, no doubt, as she takes a set and a break lead. Meanwhile, this is the issue with Sekou Bangura, right? You take your foot off the gas for even a moment, he's going to make you pay, BK.
Yeah, it's so important and so difficult to just keep your consistent level as you ride the momentum swings of Bangura. You know, we saw the Bangura broken first game, immediately breaks back, gets up 5-3. Ponworth raises his game and really increases the aggression. Finishes that first set off 4 games in a row. And then so important when you win that first set and you have a guy who's lost 4 straight, you got to get right back on the gas pedal. Ponworth hasn't done that here and let Bangura kind of sink his teeth into the second set and build the lead. There's a big hold here for Ponworth. Tough service game, but getting himself on the board, trying to right the ship here.
So let's see. Again, to your point, there's a 5-3 lead for Bangura in set number 1. Ponworth proved his aggression on the return of serve. All right, 15-0 now. Meanwhile, can we go split screen here? Super producer Daniel Westoff. Mckenna Jones up that set and a break. Want to see if she can consolidate, of course. We're trying to do the same here, of course. So got 2 more matches for all of you coming up. At least in terms of the singles semifinals, 4 more matches for you overall on the day here. You thought the action stopped with Wimbledon. No, 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 folks. Coming up after this, another one of our SoCal standouts, Ya Yang. Number 4 seed here this week, going to take on rising Texas junior Malika Rapaloe. That match coming up next on court number 2. You know, of course, on the other side, last week's champion at the Kramer Club. Top seed here this week, Zach Svida. Playing later today as well. Take on Sakaguchi. 5 seed. Number 35, excuse me, number 5 seed. So Bangura does hold. 4-4-1. Looks like we may be going the distance. in our first men's semifinal. Of course, Bangura, by the way, going to play later today. He's reached the doubles final as well. Meanwhile, here's Mckenna Jones. Game point chances to consolidate the break. How different this set has been from the opener.
Great stretch there from Codd to save herself. Hey, you mentioned the difference. 7 breaks in that first set. Only 1 so far here in the second. Jones doing a nice job early in this game, building that lead, trying to consolidate that break. We've seen a few leads slip away in that first set, though. Important to try and close this game out with as little pressure as possible and put some of that tension right back on the Codd serve, trying to stay in the match. And she does. Good, really comprehensive hold there.
Mckenna
Really
Jones,
buckling down.
for someone who had not had a lot of pro success coming into this SoCal Pro Circuit, you look at the results she's put together here over the past 6 weeks, and you mentioned it earlier, despite some of the wins she's had, she still had to come through qualifying at so many of these different events. Lost first round week number 1 in Rancho Santa Fe. Came through qualifying for a second round appearance week 2 in San Diego, then wins the title in week number 3, and yet still had to play qualifying through these first 2 legs in Los Angeles. Whomever is the tournament director of week 3, can we get some special exemptions here? Something for Mckenna Jones next week? I think she's earned it.
You love to see her doing it the hard way, going through qualifying, continuing to build that match count up. Yes, you know, as a player, sure, you're always like, oh, can I get a little help? But in the grand scheme of things, I really think you have to win the match ahead of you, and you don't want to be gifted anything. You want to earn it the hard way. It feels that much more rewarding, and that's going to pay dividends later on. And it can produce a little bit of the chip on your shoulder as well. You also have something to prove, but it's just, you really, especially starting out, you need those matches. Winning, pulling yourself out in tough situations will give you the confidence to keep moving up the ranks, and just like the personal satisfaction that you know you're earning it.
Jones pointing to a spot there. I believe that ball was called wide. Of course, at this point, things seem to be slipping away from Katie Codd. Still, there's a lot to like about the incoming Duke freshman, even should she fall short here today. And it's still early. Not that big of a deficit. We just saw a 5-3 lead overcome in set number 1 between Ponwith and Bangura. But as you look big picture here for Katie, I know we've talked about it a bit, BK. What do you want to see from her, you know, over these first 6 months and first years of her college career?
Yeah, I think we talked about it a few games ago, but just continuing to improve that movement, finding the strength in and out of the corners, and being able to use the movement aggressively to find that big forehand. We've seen the talent that she has. We've seen the skill set on the forehand side. So I want to see her continuing to look for more forehands and beefing up that serve, turning that into a weapon. She's got the size and the power, the raw power to really make that an aggressive 1-2 punch.
Now it is all the well-rounded game of 24-year-old Mckenna Jones. And just like that, you can see the emotion on Jones's face. What a run it's been for the 24-year-old. No pro finals coming into this SoCal Pro Circuit. She's now got 2 in singles alone on her resume. Mckenna Jones, definitive 6-4, 6-3 win for the 2021 NCAA doubles champ, BK. That was awfully impressive.
Yeah, I was really impressed to see the way she closed out that match. 4 games in a row, 2 decisive breaks, and especially you could see Codd's level dropped a little bit once she got down that break in the second set. And credit to Mckenna Jones of really putting that foot on the gas, playing 2 very good games when she got up the break. Sometimes you can see a little loss of focus there. You relax almost up the set in the break, but that's one thing you look for as you continue to move up. How well can you close out matches? And she did that extremely well today.
I'm also projecting a bit on the result, but the belief. You can just see the belief for Mckenna Jones, who goes down a break right away at the start of set number 1 and just kept swinging, kept moving the ball around the court.
Yeah, that's what you see. That's what matches and winning does for you, right? You don't panic in those early situations. You don't panic as much generally, just knowing that you put yourself in situations before and dug out of a hole. That's really helpful just in the later stages when you get to 4-all, 3-all, 4-all. And I think that's really what helped propel her over the line today for that win.
Now with that, she should be top 900, maybe even top 850 come the start of next week. She pretty much halved her ranking in this SoCal Pro Circuit, which, of course, is what it's all about. Meanwhile, how about this? All right, the break point fought off by Ponwith. He looks to stay alive here in set number 2. By the way, trivia update for you. Our second question, the last Australian prior to Nick Kyrgios to make the men's singles final. Do you have a guess for me, BK?
Well, so I was going to say Hewitt, but you said it's not who you
Correct.
thought.
It's not Hewitt. It is not Hewitt.
So,
Hewitt was the one before this guy. He won a title the year before this guy made the final.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Philippoussis.
That is correct. Mark Philippoussis. BK's 2 for 2 on the trivia here today. Get this man a free lesson with Paul Annacone. Again, that's what we're playing for. Well, again, this one was easy. I could have really made this one difficult, but I was feeling kind. As we see another break point chance for Sekou Bangura. Oh, just moving the ball so effortlessly around the court. Dare I say Mckenna Jones-esque with that backhand 4-5-1. But our next trivia question, and again, tweet at us at Cracked Racquets. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon on Twitter. 4 British men have reached the Wimbledon singles semifinals in the Open era. Their names, Cameron Norrie, Andy Murray. I'll give you the hard one in Roger Taylor, and one other man in the Open era. Again, I think this one's an easy one. You tweet at us at Cracked Racquets, at A.L. Gruskin, Bradley Klon. Should you get the most trivia questions correct, you're going to end up free 30-minute virtual lesson with Paul Annacone. You see the trivia question on the board. Ponwith not willing to fold this set away. To his credit now.
Look, we saw Bangura up 5-3 in this first set as well, and his level dipped. Ponwith raised the aggression. It's 4-1, but it's only 1 break of serve. I think this game's really important for Ponwith to dig it out, even just building confidence and sustaining that going into a potential set number 3. But if he's able to get this hold, maybe Bangura starts to think about it a little bit, serving at 4-2.
Did he sneak that up the line? Sekou. Not too shabby for another break point.
Cleaner side of Bangura. So you can see how compact that backhand wing is. The forehand's been we've seen a few sprays from time to time there, especially rushing has a little tendency to yank up the back of that forehand and mishit some.
Here's my fun fact for you. Sekou Bangura now. Oh, I thought that serve was in, but Nate Ponworth, I should say 3 for 3 on break point chances. Bangura 3 for 11 in the match so far. I mean, there's not much you can do on that one.
Make that 3 for. I like the play. I like your 3 for 11. You need to change something up on the break points. Give him a little different look. Bangura does have great hands up there at the net. Tip your cap on that pass. We can get into the gritty details. He gave him a forehand, but he still has to come up with the goods, and that's it's tough under pressure. When you're moving forward, you want to make them have to come up with a pass under pressure.
Right there, Ponworth trying to reciprocate the play, a little serve and volley tactic. To your point about the Bangura hands, it just does feel like he can put the ball wherever he wants.
Yeah, I really like his just the calmness with the upper body. I think that goes a long way in being able to direct the ball where you want it.
All right. So it does look like a deciding set. Maybe on our hands. 5-1 for Bangura. Just a quick split screen. Very quick split screen. Want to show you all on our court number 2. Women's semifinal number 2 getting warmed up. Have action of that match as soon as it gets underway. See Young on the side of your screen. I've had the chance to see her multiple times here in this SoCal Pro Circuit. The 18-year-old, I believe it's 25-6 at the ITF level this season. She's taken on rising junior Malika Rapalu. Getting warm up just underway there. So now we lock in here. Sekou Bangura, 5-1, 15 love. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. Enjoying ourselves a nice Saturday afternoon here. Fantastic West Coast tennis. And, BK, again, I know you played some part in helping to get this SoCal Pro Circuit off the ground, but, talking to the USTA SoCal team, Chris Boyer and the works, talk to me about this project, how valuable these playing opportunities are for so many.
Yeah, it's been, a year of undertaking, trying to raise the money, all privately raised with the help of the sponsors you saw listed probably a set ago, but just really important to highlight these tournaments, the need for more futures challengers in the U.S. It's, providing opportunities for these players to get that experience, get their ranking points. More than anything, it's about gaining that experience at the pro level, continuing to provide opportunities to play and move yourself up. That's what we've been lacking in the U.S. We've seen a lot more tournaments in Europe. I think Italy's been a great case study of putting on futures and challengers seemingly every week, and just what it's done for their country's players and providing those opportunities to stay close to home. I think there's really two trains of thought, and they don't have to be mutually exclusive, but having that ability to stay near your home, to play a bunch of these events, to save money, obviously traveling, especially in today's day and age, it's expensive. It's a huge cost. It's not always available to everyone to be able to go and chase, almost chase that experience. So being able to have that here for Southern California players, all the wild cards have gone to SoCal kids. So they've really, the committee has really tried to put on these tournaments for Southern Californians to give them the opportunities in their backyard to improve and test themselves.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you see the sponsors on your screen. Of course, the USTA Pro Circuit ITF for making this a formal Pro series of events. Of course, a couple of families individually, the Klieg family, Crable families, who we've had the opportunity to speak with. And in fact, we had the opportunity to talk to Bruce Klieg about why it was so important to him to invest in the grassroots of Southern California pro tennis. We now have that clip for you. Super producer Daniel Westoff, show us Bruce Klieg. The financial commitment it takes, and, you know, again, being willing to invest in this grassroots level of tennis, why was that so important to you?
Well, again, I didn't want somebody to be 40 years old that went through all the junior programs and practice 3-5 hours a day for their whole life to have to default into teaching and not pursue their dream. This is a way for somebody to pursue their dream, at least have a shot. And I think we've accomplished a lot of that the way it is right now. We'd like to refine it, maybe go into satellite type of event also. But when I look at it today, and I've talked to a lot of the players, they get one ticket. That's the San Diego. They can stay here for 4 weeks, and they've got 60 other people to practice with at a very high level, which improves their game tremendously, and they have a shot of playing these tournaments right here, all in one place. A lot of the people have housing with families in this area right here, and we'd like to expand that even more. And that's important because the housing costs you a lot of money, especially in the summertime in San Diego. So the cost is the big thing right here. And I think by having them in the same geographic area, it worked out. Now, I think it was important for us to go up to 6 tournaments instead of just having 3 in San Diego. Because we can include Los Angeles. Now, Los Angeles is only, an hour and a half away from San Diego. It's very easy for people to get from San Diego to there. So now when you think about it, they have one ticket to San Diego, one ticket back out. And for 6 weeks, 7 weeks, they're in an area with 60 other people to play with and get excellent practice and have an opportunity to pursue their dream. That's what we're doing.
So again, a massive thank you to Bruce Klieg, the Klieg family, and so many others for their support in making this SoCal Pro Circuit happen. With that said, we've got the opportunity now to introduce the players competing in women's singles semifinal number 2. Let's do that now. 18-year-old Yayi Yang, she's been sensational here in the 2022 season, coming into the week. 26-9 in her last 52 weeks, 23-6, excuse me. So with her 3 victories, 26-6 overall on the year, has jumped into the top 800 of the WTA rankings for the first time. And you look for her throughout this SoCal Pro Circuit. She had to play qualifying week 1 of these events. She then proceeds to the semifinals in Rancho Santa Fe, finals in San Diego, quarterfinals in San Diego as well. Now here in Los Angeles, 3 straight set victories to get to this semifinal. I've had the opportunity to see a lot of her, the power tennis she's able to play, BK. You see where the talent is. Again, for an 18-year-old, 30 matches here in the first 6 months of the season. That's a lot of tennis, and she's been successful in all of it.
Yeah, this is going to be my first time watching her play, so I'm excited to see what she's shown on the ITF tour these first 6 months of the year, the success she's had in singles and doubles. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and of course, on the far side of the net for Yayi Yang, she's taken on Malika Rapalu. Rapalu, 19 years old, not a ton of pro circuit success for her in her career. Of course, she has been a part of back-to-back national championship winning teams at the University of Texas, played 6 singles for their 2021 champions, somehow found herself on the bench last season, but obviously, given some of the losses they've taken, Rapalu going to be a big part of Texas's future moving forward. And look, when you can beat a Yepafanova, the Stanford freshman, former Junior Slam finalist in 3 sets, and the win she's earned this weekend, she's been impressive, and obviously, again, big opportunity for her here.
Talk about the depth of Texas women's tennis. To be in the semis here and not crack your own starting lineup, no wonder they are back-to-back national champion. That is, it reminds me of the UVA men's teams when I was around. Had some of those guys on the bench that were out playing pro circuit events with tremendous success. So again, haven't seen her play either, but a great matchup with 2 really young talents.
I always wonder, would Houston Barrick be able to crack a lineup in modern college tennis? You bring up those Virginia teams.
Houston Barrick, that is a name I haven't heard in a while.
Look, I'm a historian, as you know. You bring up those Virginia teams, I'm ready. We can do 10 minutes on Lee Singer, but we'll save that for next time.
I think Lee was a little bit before my...
Yeah, a little older. We've been 09, 010 range. Yeah, I guess a little older.
I guess he might have been there when I was just starting out.
Yeah. Well, you probably played Teddy Angelinos in the future here or there.
Never did, actually. Certainly saw him at plenty. Who did
Yeah,
I play at UVA? Obviously, I played Shabazz.
Little Sonam action.
Never played Sonam in a future in Calabasas, and then Binghamton.
2-0.
What's that?
2-0.
1-1, unfortunately. I had a pretty impressive. What's the right word? That. Let's just say I let him off the hook.
Yeah.
In the future, up a break in the third, but credit to him. He was one guy who was always. We saw it in college tennis as well. He never shied away from a good battle, and I think that was one of his strong suits, was just competing point in, point out, making you earn, really making you earn that extra ball.
Now an assistant, of course, for Harvard men's tennis is Sonam Singh. See here, Bangura continuing to keep his nose out in front. Another early break here as Bangura looks to advance to what would be, let's see, in his career, an 18th professional singles final for him at the ITF level. Not too shabby, all things concerned. Meanwhile, again, Yang Rapalou underway. It's very rare that the 18-year-old Yang has had the playing experience advantage, but again, got a ton of pro tennis on the resume of the 19-year-old Rapalou.
In danger of stating the obvious, this seems like a very crucial game for Ponwith here. Really lost the momentum in that second set. Bangura raced out to that 6-1 win, and then to drop serve so quickly in the final set. Really need to see him find that energy, find that aggressive level again that he showed at the end of that first set. On the flip side, I really want to see how well Bangura handles this. We saw kind of the fluctuation mentally in the first set, up, losing the lead, but he stayed very solid in that second set, continuing to chip away at the Ponwith serve, giving himself a lot of opportunities. Let's see how well he does in this final set. Already up that early break. Can he take care of his serve with relative ease early in the set and continue to put that pressure right back on Ponwith each game? The more he gives Ponwith some opportunities in these service games, we've seen Ponwith 3 for 3 on break points.
Here's the big number for you, BK. Set number 1, Bangura, 53% serve percentage. He made 17 of 32 first serves. Since then, Bangura, 21 of 24 in terms of just landing the first serve. 21 of 24. I mean, again, half the battle is doing the high percentage thing, putting yourself into that advantageous position. It's not the biggest first serve, but it's the place setter it needs to be.
Exactly. And we saw how well Ponwith attacked that second serve in the first set. Now, all of a sudden, he's not getting those looks. He's not getting on the front foot in the points. Bangura is able to kind of settle in and play more of the points that he likes to play, manipulating the ball around the court, getting Ponwith off balance, then finding the go-to shot to put away. But more point construction, playing around, using the angles that we see him do so well.
When you're feeling it on the first serve, you can go big T in a 40-30 moment. That's exactly what he does. Bangura consolidates 4-2 love. Let's go split screen here. Show our early action again. Women's singles semifinal number 2. Rapalou a 2-love lead. Rapalou a chance for a 2-love lead. Of course, again, if you've watched any Yae down the home stretch of this SoCal Pro Circuit, 3 sets, almost a custom for her at this point. Hasn't played a 3-set match here this week. That means we're due, folks. 3 of 4, week 1 in Los Angeles. Of course, she made the semifinals last week. Listen to these results for Yae Yang during this SoCal Pro Circuit stretch. Semifinals, finals, quarterfinals, semifinals, semifinals. Yeah,
that is winning a lot of matches. That's, that is winning, breeds winning, gaining a lot of confidence, the ability to play week in, week out, the consistency to do that, different settings, different, slightly different conditions possibly, but just that ability, you get in a rhythm. You start to expect to win almost. And when you're in those crucial situations, there's a sense of calm about you. You've been there before. You're not panicking. If something doesn't go your way, you just have this calm aura that you're going to be able to pull things out. It's a little bit of riding that momentum. You want to, especially out here on the tour, when you get hot, I always like to say, it's that fine line. You need to rest the body. It's a long career, right? You need to look after yourself, but you also have to recognize when you're on these heaters and take full advantage of that, instill that confidence, and outwardly, let's not forget about the impact that has on your opponent too. There's a huge thing in, earning an extra game or two, or earning an extra break just because of the sense, the confidence that you have. Everyone knows on tour that you've been winning these matches. You're on a hot streak. There's a little bit of doubt that you're able to put in your opponent's head. Really important to ride that out.
At this point, you should probably ask Chris Boyer for an appearance fee. Right? I'm not showing up for free. Where's my money? And so certainly, again, down an early break here, but doesn't mean much.
Yeah,
18-year-old.
Taking full advantage of the opportunities this SoCal Pro Circuit has provided for these players. We were talking about that earlier. There was one stat that actually Chris gave to me that I wanted to share with. From January to August of this year, on the men's side, there's 132 ITF level pro events in Europe. In the US, there's only 26. 6 of those being the SoCal Pro Circuit. So again, just highlighting the importance of what we're doing here in Southern California to put on these events and provide these opportunities for the young players.
Absolutely. And you got to give a massive shout out to all the college campuses, right? I know there's a men's event in Waco this week, and obviously we alluded to South Bend, and it feels like all these campuses, you have to have a Pro Tour event on your campus. We had University of San Diego as part of the SoCal Pro Circuit earlier. If you want to compete for the best players, you have to provide them these sorts of opportunities. But yeah, a 5th, and that's better than last year when it was 109 to 11. Yeah, exactly. It's still not the best.
Right.
That was the best.
Ooh.
Doesn't love the line call. It's a long stare.
From our vantage point, I felt that I clipped the line. Obviously, I'm not going to pretend to have the best view of these lines here, but regardless, excellent feel from Ponwith there. The drop shot lob combo.
I thought that stopped working in the 8s. It's like once you get 10s, 12s, it gets a little trickier to do. But no, when executed well.
Sure, it becomes more difficult, but it makes it that much more sweeter when you are able to execute it.
so impressive, as we see again. Ponwith staying on the board at least for now. Still trails Bangora by a break 2-1 in set number 3. Meanwhile, here we go. Full screen action now. Rapalou serving, 19-year-old American on the far side of your screen. Yeah, get ready to hear a lot of fire. A lot of intensity, passion of Yang. Again, the numbers keep getting bigger. I realize some of these platforms not including everything she's done. According to the ITF website, Yang 29-6 this season, including qualifying. That translates into any language as very, very good. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Rapalou competing in her first pro semifinal of her career. Now. Again, I think one of the most difficult things when you play Yang is just how much she takes away your rhythm. She's just going to swing freely, one of those players. I'm not going to say like Elena Rybakina. I wouldn't compare that to anyone right now, Wimbledon champ, but just that brand of tennis where it's, look, I'm going to do what I got to do, and like, congrats to you if you can keep up, but I don't think you'll be able to.
That kind of in tennis is so uncomfortable to play against, because as tennis players, competitors out there, you want to feel like you're in some measure of control, right? Especially on your service game and even on the return a little bit. You want to feel like you have control over what you're doing. When you're always reactive, when your opponent is on the offensive or mixing things up a lot, you become much more reactive. You can feel it in your skin, just that uncomfortability, not really able to sink your teeth into the match and find your game style. It makes it that much more challenging mentally to stay present, composed, and remind yourself that you're still out here, you're still competing, and trying to find new ways to break through their game and put them in a difficult position.
See, again, we're back on serve here early, but still so early. We saw the breaks at the start of Jones and her victory, obviously, earlier today. What was it, 7 breaks? The first 10 games, I believe, in that opening set.
7 breaks in the first set and only 2 in the second.
Yeah, only 2 in the second. So things cleaned up very quickly. I'll tell you what, I love watching it. When Yang can connect with the ball, that forehand right there, you're just like, yep, I see that. You're like, you can do that at 18? Okay, we should keep talking. Pro skill, the pro power, I should say. Very much there. Well, for Rapalou again, watching some of the power she can play here, I got the chance to see a lot of her during her, again, I don't want to say critically acclaimed, but highly successful freshman season at the University of Texas. And you certainly feel like there's plenty more in the game of the 19-year-old to be developed.
That is the beauty of college tennis. Just you're still so young when you're there. You're in an environment that breeds teamwork and pushing each other to be the best each of you can be. Both, helping certainly the team, but also raising your level individually. And when you finish college, you graduate, you're still 21, 22 years old with a lot of runway in the pros.
Of course, if I was a college coach, I'm looking at the 18-year-old young and I'm saying, how much eligibility do you have left? I feel like Tony Bresky might say, just give me 3 months. I just need 3 months out of it. Frustrated with the call. He's in a critical juncture right now in his match. Meanwhile, Young game point here. Excuse me, match point. Got a little ahead of myself. Game point here. I think it's 3 games in a row. I do think very early on you can see this match could be played on her terms. Just so much power for the ITF level.
Really want to see how Ponwith over here on the left handles that. He's already in a precarious situation, down a break in the third, having really struggled in that second. And things are kind of falling apart. It's really easy to let the outside noise start bugging you more and take you outside of your game. But really important for me not to get caught up in that. These umpires have a difficult job calling the lines. I believe there's only 3 out there, so not the full complement that you used to seeing on ESPN at Wimbledon. It's part of the sport. You have to be able to accept that calls aren't going to go your way. It's going to go both ways, but bring the focus back to center, and he did a great job.
As we see
consolidating that hold.
Yeah, still down a break 3-2, but staying alive there. As we go full screen, Young Rapalou. I've posited this theory to some college coaches. This is one of my new projects to get off the ground. We have an issue with a dearth of umpires at the junior level, lower levels of tennis. As a rule, I think, to greaten the appreciation of just how freaking difficult it is to be a chair umpire, to be a lines person. I think every college tennis player in the country, as a summer community service project, should be forced to be an official at 1 tournament per summer. Because I'm telling you, the next fall, the next spring, they'll never complain again. As we see, by the way, Rapalou with the break here, 4-3-2. So
are you saying they wouldn't enjoy being on the receiving end of a wrath that, say, Ponwith just gave to the chair umpire over a call?
Even beyond that, yeah, as we go back to our men's match, I just think you'd be like, oh, wow, it really is impossible to judge a 125-mile-per-hour server. Oh, wow, like everything looks in or everything looks out. Like no wonder why this job is so hard. Like, yeah. I just think the appreciation would be raised.
Oh, totally. It's, they have an extremely difficult job at all levels. And I've never seen a call change through arguing.
Yeah.
So at some point it's, the way I was always taught by my coach Lee Mary was you can be firm and you can let them know that you saw it differently. But at the end of the day, it's really important to respect the job, the difficult nature of the job they have, and also understand arguing isn't going to change anything, right? It's just wasted energy and taking your focus away from the task at hand, which is executing your game plan, winning the match. Executing the game plan comes first, and finding ways to win each point. And when you take that focus away from the execution, when you get yourself more emotional, hyped up, the majority of the time it doesn't work so well. I don't know many guys that play well when they're super angry.
Ooh, that'd be a frustrating shot.
I love that sneak from Bangora. Recognize, you can see Ponwith immediately drop that top hand and go to the one-handed slice on the stretch, and Bangora so quick up there, and just you can see didn't run through that ball. He took his eyes off the ball, and you can see that racket face just kind of drop.
Up for it there with the falling backwards overhead. Of course, again, critical juncture here in set number 3, but you talk about managing emotions, Bradley Klahn. Obviously, many, if not every tennis fan, going to think about maybe the most emotive player on the ATP or WTA tour right now, Nick Kyrgios, competing in his first Wimbledon singles final, first slam final tomorrow. A big first serve from Bangora brings up a game point. Now, what listeners may not know is you yourself have 3-set win, I believe, over Nick Kyrgios. Less than 5 years ago, by the way, so it's not as though it's a lifetime removed. You've obviously seen Nick on court. You know what he's capable of. Here's my argument. We've never, no disrespect to your match against him, but we've never seen Nick Kyrgios play a match that actually matters. Like, this one matters. There's no doubt. The Wimbledon men's final matters. I'm fascinated by the match. What say you, BK?
I mean, that is an excellent point. You know, so often he's played. Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't get bigger than a slam final.
Yeah.
Against Djokovic, who hasn't lost in
2017. Yeah, he's won 27 straight
matches. I've been
matches.
seeing the stats. It's something like, is it 1,800 days since, like, ESPN keeps putting the ticker up.
Yeah.
Every time he wins them. Last Djokovic loss at Wimbledon, something over 1,800 days. So clearly you could say he's quite comfortable on the lawns at Wimbledon. Yeah, I'm fascinated by that matchup. Kyrgios is 2-0 against Djokovic. Those 2 wins came in back-to-back weeks. It was when Djokovic was struggling. We'd seen with the elbow issues. I know he'd shut it down not that much longer after. And that year was an interesting one for Djokovic with some uncharacteristic losses. So let's see how much confidence does Kyrgios take from those wins. We know he's a confident guy. He's been playing exceptional tennis, and he made the decision to pull out of the doubles at Wimbledon to focus on the singles. You almost feel like he's grasping that this is his chance to cement himself as a Grand Slam champion. He's had the talent. We'll see. How does he handle that pressure when he gets close? Like you said, he's never been this close to a major.
No, I completely agree with you. It's a fascinating matchup, no doubt about that. And yeah, again, across the board, it's going to be fun. It's a great contrast of styles. You have to have a little who gives an F a mentality against Novak Djokovic, have the hubris to say, no, my weapons are good enough to beat even this guy. And there's no doubt Kyrgios in his best moments has that. It was hilarious. I won't lie, listening to him in the press conference yesterday. Be like, I learned you can't go out after your second round. You got to stay in. It's a really long 2 weeks here at these Grand Slams. I'm like, you could have learned that at 22. It's like, that wasn't a hard lesson. That was a layup. But
the dog and fox will still be at Wimbledon Village after the final.
Exactly. Like Sunday night's a good night to go out in London. Haven't you heard? But
any night is a good night to go out as a Wimbledon champion.
Exactly. And so certainly that's a match for us to watch. But by the way, the answer to our trivia, the only 4 British men to have reached the Wimbledon singles semifinals. Can Bradley Klahn continue his perfect streak here? The 3 names we offered: Norrie, Murray, Roger Taylor. Who's the 4th British man? It is correct. Tim Henman is the 4th British man to do it. Here's the answer to your trivia question. As we see, Nate Ponwith struggling right now in service game after service game, staying alive, but struggling a bit here. Another game point chance, though, 4-3-4. Going to set up our next trivia question on this changeover, but we get to our Bradley Klahn section of the trivia now. Excited for those.
You know, one thing, actually, last point on that Kyrgios Djokovic match. I'm curious to see which Kyrgios comes out. Is he going to be subdued and quiet? Like we saw a little bit against Nakashima. He was complaining the shoulder a little bit. He was relatively reserved until that 5th set. We saw him kind of rope-a-dope Nakashima, threw away the service game at the end of the 4th set, and even said afterward that was an intentional tactic. Then was a little bit more fired up in the 5th. Or are we going to see some of the antics that we've seen, you know, playing with the crowd? Antics isn't really the right word, but just more emotional from Nick, you know, wearing the heart on his sleeve more. I'm curious to see which Nick we're going to have in this final.
No, absolutely. Again, for a full preview of that 2022 Australian Open Men's Australian Open Wimbledon, there we go, men's singles final. Go check out our mini break podcast feed. Man, Bangora's hit that backhand line so well today.
He's really starting to impose his physical presence on Ponwith as we've gotten into the later stages of this match. Steadied down on the forehand, and that backhand side is so compact, like you said.
With the ace down the team. Meanwhile, and you saw the brief flash there. We're going to go split screen here now. All of a sudden, it's going to be the Rapaloo. All right. 19-year-old 5-2 lead. I warned you. Dai Young going to get streaky. She can throw out a 6-2 loss first set in 20 minutes, then win the next set 6-3 in 10. They just have to do that here today. Meanwhile, Ponwith does hold to keep pace, and he's had a couple of tough holds here. And you do wonder, again, do those tough holds pay dividends and start to add up for Bangor, that he wasn't able to earn that insurance break, BK? I know it's just that, an insurance break. But those little frustrations add up, do they not?
Yeah, it's really hard to stay present and also remind yourself of where you're at. For Bangor, he has to remind himself he's still up that break. He got the opening break of the 3rd. He's been holding with relative ease. Can't let those missed opportunities be viewed as missed opportunities. You have to almost trick your mind and look at it as like, I'm continuing to wear Ponwith down, right? He's having to work so hard for his service games. If I can continue to place the focus on my serve, be very intentional, very focused in those first few points, getting the early 15-30 love lead on your own serve, that's just going to continue to put the pressure back on Ponwith. It's so difficult when you're going through 5, 6, 7 minute service games. You finally get to relax and hold, you get to relax, and you blink, and now you're serving again. That wears on you. So for Bangura, just keeping the head down, recognizing that he's got that lead already.
Meanwhile, again, Young stealing a break pretty quickly, 4-3-5. The question is, can she figure out her difficulties on serve so far in the match? Young struggling. 9 of 23 so far in service points. Let's go split screen here. See if Bangura does continue to sail smoothly towards the finish line. You all probably won't be able to hear it as clearly as we can in our ears here in the booth, but the explosion coming off of the Yang racket when she makes contact, it is a thorough thud. You know it when you see it. You know it when you hear it. This aggression from Raplu, just not allowing Young to tee off freely from the baseline there. Meanwhile, 15 here for Sekou Bangura. Keeps his nose out in front. Meanwhile, of course, all of you tennis fans probably following the men's doubles final action. 4-3 break lead for Metkic and Pavic. If you've watched Pavic play at all this season, he's playing one-handed, BK. I think he's like fractured his wrist or something, can only use it on the ball toss. And then that ball, essentially, that hand goes behind his back. Can't use it to guide his racket. His hit only slice returns as a backhand. But they're up 4-3 in the fifth with a broken wrist in doubles.
That's
laughable.
Gutsy.
Yeah. Pavic. Did you ever play Pavic? I mean, he was he was a really good singles player back in the day, too.
I never played him in singles. I actually played him in doubles in a challenger in Romania. Talk about a blast from the past.
Yeah, I like it.
Ages ago. This was one of the trips that almost became a turning point in my career. I just first year on tour, struggling, playing back-to-back weeks on week in, week out on the red clay in Europe, wondering what am I doing. And that was the one and only time I've seen Pavic across the net for me.
Yeah, he can play. Solid lefty, obviously. Top 10 guy in doubles for quite some time now. Meanwhile, Bangura holds for 5-3. The set point for Raplu here, continuing to thrive on the struggling Young serve. Boy, didn't have to do much. There's a lot of down the center. But the 18-year-old Young self-bust, and that's what he did. Quick 35 minutes Just like that, 6-3 for Rapalou. We go full screen now. Nate Ponwith serving to stay alive. By the way, you see on the top right-hand side of your screen, trivia. Part of our Cracked Racquets broadcast. Earn yourself a chance to win a free 30-minute video tutorial on your own game from Grand Slam winning coach and player Paul Annacone. All you got to do, tweet at us at Cracked Racquets, at Alex Gruskin, at Bradley Klon. And enter the BK-centric section of the trivia. See Ponwith here, 30-15. Our question, Stanford sophomore Bradley Klon won the 2010 NCAA Singles Championship. The question, who did he beat in the final? It was 10, right? Not 2009. It was the 09, 10 season. I imagine you can still answer that one.
That one, that memory is still etched in my mind quite well. Athens, Georgia.
Athens, Georgia. Good place for it. USC beats Tennessee in the men's final that year?
Correct.
Yeah, that was year 2 for Stevie?
That was year 2, yes.
Yeah, first one. Matt Allaire, rolled ankle, beat the Buckeyes. Who could forget? I know. I need a life. You don't have to tell me. All right. Ponwith asks the question. 5-4 Bangora will serve for a spot in an 18th ITF Professional Singles Final. Meanwhile, Rika Rapalou had never advanced past the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam. She's up a set on Ya E Yang. Of course, our penultimate week this week of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Still got one more to go. We're headed over to Lakewood. Sure a spot Bradley Klon has played 1 or 2 tournaments at.
A lot of national opens at Lakewood.
Yeah, I'm sure you see that photo. You're like, oh, God, am I at 8 a.m., 9:30? What time am I playing?
Played a lot of matches here at Los Cab, too. Southern California Sectionals hosted there every year.
Of course.
Many other junior events. So it's awesome to see so many events in Southern California. Played at a lot of clubs that have been around for a while, hosted a lot of junior events.
Absolutely. Again, opportunity to play at these places. Just, again, they're pro facilities. To be able to finally use them for those events, it just feels fitting.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these Southern California juniors who are receiving the wild cards into these features events to play in these, play at these clubs that they've grown up playing in junior events and just feel that comfortability as they move up a level.
Serve called just wide for Bangora, so the second serve coming here. All right, Ponwith sprays wide for 15 love. What do you want to see from Nate here as he looks to stay alive? Was in this position, obviously, in set number 1.
Yeah, it's important for him to bring his targets in, try and get, he's already behind the 8 ball here, but I'd like to say win the race to 30 in this game.
The moment Ponwith's left anything in the center, Bangora's just been on him.
Yeah, Ponwith has struggled to find that same aggression that we saw at the end of the first set, where he was rushing the Bangora forehand. There you see Sekou with time in the middle of the court and able to find better direction. When you've got an opponent who's trying to serve out the match, you want to make him feel that pressure. It's there, the tension's building, but when you give him an early lead, with each point lead that Bangura starts to relax a little bit more.
Sekou Bangura reached a final in South Bend just 2 weeks ago. Now 3 match points to make it back-to-back finals here on the ITF Pro Tour. Swing and a miss. It's a big one. Big cut. That's why you build a 40-love lead. Heck of a return from Ponwith there.
Going for it. Nothing to lose. Down 40-love. Triple match point. We've seen that before.
Absolutely. 40-love, an easier deficit than 40-30. Bangura with the ace-T to decide it. Sekou Bangura into an 18th professional final. His 4th of the year, by the way, at the ITF level. 5'7", 6'1", 6'4". Let's be honest, BK. Outside of one really good 15-minute stretch from Ponwith at the end of set 1, that match was played on Bangura's terms.
Yeah, he really settled into his own there. He did a great job of putting that end of the first set behind him. He got right back to work. That's exactly what you want to see from a veteran like Bangura, who's been in that situation so many times before on the ITF Pro Circuit. And just, like I said, he went to work in that second set. He built that early lead right in the momentum of the second, got that first break, and then just comfortably held serve throughout the rest of the third.
Transition here to women's semifinal number 2. It's a bit of a shock, certainly. I mentioned 18-year-old Yayi Yang, just exceptional. 29-6 overall here in this 2022 season. I mentioned it has done no worse than quarterfinals in any of the 5 SoCal Pro Circuit events. Has actually made the semifinals or further at 4 of the 5 events. Probably going to be top 700 in the world at the end of this 6 weeks. But right now, it's 19-year-old Malika Rapaport competing in her first pro semifinal. She's played fewer than, fewer than 20 professional tournaments in her career. Set away from the final right now, BK. Sails long upon, scoreboard a bit behind here. It's advantage, obviously, Rapaloo.
Excellent defense there from Rapaloo. Gets the forehand she wants. Almost more time than expected there.
clean hitting.
Yeah, you're starting to see Yang's confidence build with each point in this game, starting to find that range a little bit. We saw some more airs from her in that first set, a little sporadic, gave Rapalou a lot of looks. Really important for Rapalou, try and dig this game out, try and sustain that momentum from the first set and not let Yang continue to build and find the corners with that big power we've seen.
Yang able to secure the opening break. One love here in the second set. Again, when you look for Yang, I mentioned the 29-6 on her way to the semifinals last week. Played 3 3-set matches. Played 2 3-set matches in Rancho Santa Fe and San Diego, respectively. And of course, Yang was a champion on this SoCal Pro Circuit in doubles. Partnered with Bunyawe Tim Chaiwat. They knocked out Sarah Davatella, Mckenna Jones. A lot of familiar names here, folks. As we keep saying, confidence breeds confidence. So we see the the doubles success translate into singles and vice versa. One love here early.
Excellent, moving the ball around from Rapalou, opening up the court well. Makes that backhand down the line a much simpler shot. Never easy changing directions, but when she's able to get her body inside the baseline and get that momentum moving forward, just really a calm, smooth shot with minimal risk.
Talk about the need again for this. What separates this level from the higher levels? That ability to create free points for oneself. Obviously, so much of that starts with the serve. I mean, both of these players struggling on serve so far. Again, through our first 10 games of the match, BK, how many breaks do we have? 7. 7 again through our first 10 games, back-to-back semifinals. That has happened. And look, again, that's the difference between this level and the highest level. You think about a player like an Elena Rybakina. You can fire 120-mile-per-hour serves into the court. You're just going to have more success behind that serve than these players. But certainly, again, that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, it's about the consistency of being it. You know, everyone out here can hit the tennis ball well. It's about the X's and O's and how well can you do it under pressure and how often. And, you mentioned the serve, the struggles on serve that we've seen so far from all four ladies with holding. That's a big improvement to make as they look to transition to the next level, getting the free points, getting those plus ones, continuing to develop their weapons on court.
One of my favorite things about Rapalou is how animated she is as well. Not Rapalou, about Yang, excuse me. Just how animated she is. You can hear it, you can see it. Obviously broken here 4-1 also. That's 8 breaks in 11 games. But there's something about this level, again, the polish, the refinedness you see sometimes, the stoicism that you need to be a top pro. That takes the fun out of it. And you certainly have that fun here.
Yeah, it's a fine line between monitoring the highs and lows and leveling out, understanding that there's peaks and valleys in the tennis match. And you can still understand that without without completely removing the emotion from it. It's, as fans, we want to see the emotion of the players. It's fun sometimes to see them wear the heart on their sleeve. It's just marrying that with the performance, making sure that you don't dip the level and you're able to maintain that consistent level, but keeping that emotion in play.
Back and forths continue to Rapalou's credit. Even though she hasn't been the most effective behind that first serve, she's making 74% of them. And in a match that's been so break-centric, that's been enough.
You get the sense just one or two holds by Rapalou, as we saw there, can kind of continue to put more stress on the Yang serve. We've struggles that she's shown to hold serve. At our first look at our second men's semi.
And so we move now to men's semifinal number 2 action officially underway. It's our week 4 SoCal Pro Circuit men's singles champion. Man, I think you have to call the Svajda man. I mean, come on. It's the low-hanging fruit, Zachary Svajda, 2-time Kalamazoo champion, one of just 3 players in the 21st century to do that. That's one of our trivia questions coming up later. Who are the other 2? We'll get there. Svajda, 19 years old, obviously made second round of the U.S. Open last season, was ranked as high as top 400 in the ATP rankings. Svajda currently in a precarious position, 365 in the world, that new career high. But again, do I play challengers? Do I play futures? Almost that vomit zone from a ranking perspective. If we can bring up the graphic now, though, super producer Daniel Westoff, as we look at the run, the resume for Zach Svajda in this tournament, he has been absolutely exceptional. And again, for him to get the win last week that he did, 8 consecutive victories for him, an 0-0 win at a futures. I don't care if you beat anyone 0-0 at the pros, you're doing something right. Hasn't dropped a set yet. Nice win over a veteran in Connor Farron yesterday. More importantly, back-to-back weeks. This is what a professional does. There's no layoff. There's no celebrating the past. It's moving forward towards the future. I've been so impressed with the Svajda man this week. What stands out about him to you?
It's great to see him starting to build on that win last week, build some confidence. Last week in the final, when we covered that match with Brandon Holt, we talked a little bit about the struggles he's had transitioning from the juniors to the pros, especially this year, not winning consistently on tour, going through some struggles, especially played a little bit on the clay, and first real clay court season for him in the US, and wasn't quite comfortable there. But for him to come back, drop down, he had been playing some challengers, to drop back down, get some match experience at the futures level, continuing to get the wins. That's how you build the confidence. Doesn't matter what level you're playing at. ITF Pro Circuit, Challenger, ATP. Winning is going to breed winning, and it's going to help him gain that confidence at the next level in the challengers.
Absolutely. As we go back to our match now. Again, Zach Svajda taking on Sakaguchi here. The 30-year-old's just been grinding on that future circuit, decade plus now. Point chance. In fact, gets on the board for 1-all. If you had the chance, see much of Sakaguchi throughout the course of your career, I won't lie, first time for me to get eyes on him today. Excited to see what the 30-year-old's got.
Yeah, we had the veteran Bangor in our last men's semifinal. Sakaguchi, another veteran of the pro circuit. Haven't seen that much of him. It's been a while. I think the last time I probably saw him was maybe Yokohama in 2013, 2014, a challenger over there just outside Tokyo. But still hanging around, has been up and, in and out of the top 300. Still out here battling, though, and has put together a great run to make the semis here.
Look for Sakaguchi. His career has played so many different events. For him now, again, 30 years old, turns 31 in 6 days' time, currently 602 in the world. 562 career matches on the body of the number 5 seed Sakaguchi. Looking to reach a 26th futures final, excuse me. with a victory here today. And again, a little bit of everything there. Fast forward, half speed. Let's find a, much like the Mckenna Jones, Sekou Bangura model we've seen having success today. Another guy who's going to spread the court, right? Just very measured in everything that he does.
Yeah, I think, this match is going to be on Svaida's terms. Sekiguchi, very solid, moves well, but doesn't have the firepower that Zvaida has, particularly, actually off both wings for Zvaida. The backhand a little bit cleaner for Zvaida. The forehand can certainly generate the pace, but that backhand up the line is something to really look for from Zvaida. So smooth, compact, looks very under control over there. And that was the moneymaker last week in the final against Brandon Holt, and I expect him to try and funnel his plays through that backhand side again today.
See Svida 2-1 hold here, set number 1. Meanwhile, we go back to set number 2. Rapalu, Yang, breaks of serve being the theme in our women's semifinals today. Again, all these players, the ground strokes, the movement, those pieces are there at the ITF level. It's, again, what separates these players, what allows them to move forward. How do you make life easy for yourself? Neither player having much time making things easy on serve.
So much of it is just the belief and the confidence that you can do it. We see that at all levels. It's just the confidence, not being your own worst enemy out there in some ways, just having that sense, that calmness that you're able to produce the shots you need when it matters most. Taking that from the practice courts, it's easier when there's less on the line. Go and do that. Translating that into 3-all, 4-all, 30-all in the final set. That's when the best players really separate themselves.
So Yang's going to take that 3-2 lead against, again, Yang. He's gone 3 final 2 semifinals and a quarterfinal here in the SoCal Pro Circuit. When she's gone 3 sets. 4 and 3 overall on those occasions. Again, he's played 7 3-set matches alone in the past 5 weeks. That's plenty of tennis. As we go back to our men's singles semifinals, Zachary Svida. 2-1 lead here on Sekiguchi. Early love 15 opening. Spider-Man just so solid everywhere, and we saw this last week in his singles finals. Find a straight set win over Brandon Holt. it just feels like you have to do something elite to beat him, BK, because if you don't, I just don't know where the openings are going to be.
Yeah, he's very solid, moves well, hits the ball well on the run. He can be susceptible to pace to the forehand. I'd say the biggest thing is he's still young, right? He's still growing into his body, adding the strength. So at the higher levels, he's susceptible to being overpowered, but that's going to be difficult for Sekiguchi, who power isn't his game. He relies on his feel, his ability to maneuver the ball around the court, and his speed. And that's kind of playing right into Zvaida's hands. Zvaida moves very well and has, quite frankly, much more firepower. One thing we've seen from Zvaida over the last couple of weeks is his ability to stay in points longer. I would say early on this year, that was a bit of the knock on him, was just a little bit of bailing out on bigger moments, not willing to stay in points, play the high percentage play, rely on the legs that he has. He moves very well, but sometimes when you don't have that confidence, it's easy to not trust the legs and go for a little bit too much, feel that pressure to, I need to end the point now. You're not seeing that these last couple of weeks. He's relying on the legs. He's playing more within himself, and he's allowing his opponents to give him more airs, and then he's seizing the opportunity when he has that chance to step in.
I don't use this word lightly. It's been very mature. It's been just such mature performances from Zach Zvaida, starting to grow into his own with a year plus on the Pro Tour. Of course, scoreboard a bit behind there, as you can see, 3-1. Zvaida leads by that break now in set number 1. Scoreboard now officially caught up. And if we can, let's go split screen, super producer Daniel Westoff. Young trying to get a hold on the board. Look for Young overall in this match. Served 7 total games. Broken in 4 of them. 57% first serve percentage thus far. In the match 15 love though here. No, excuse me, service forward. Clearly scoreboard frozen. Well, there's 3-2, 4-2. We'll still have to see something going on, obviously, on site. We've seen both of these scoreboards slow down here. That is clearly Young returning on the near side of your screen. So in the meantime, while we don't know the score on 2, can we go back to court 1 where the scoreboard's a bit behind, but at least we know relatively game score is correct here. And should we need to go manual, we can after this game. Apologize for that fact. Even the ITF formulas, the scoreboard tracker, they can get excited during these days. 3 hours in Southern California heat will sunburn anything, even a scoring system. I think that checks out, right, BK?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice summer day here.
Yeah. Beautiful in the LA area. And what, Los Cabs, one of, as you mentioned, one of the big 5, right? I feel like that is one of those facilities where even a non-SoCal person will have heard of Los Cabs.
That's good to hear. It's definitely a place that I grew up playing a lot in. They've hosted a tremendous amount of junior events over the years. Definitely one of those places that you always look forward to going to. An enormous amount of courts, long rows, just a lot of good tennis to be had.
So by the way, women's scoreboard back on track. So we can go split screen once again. It's a nice little +1 forehand from Zvaida. ball land good? I believe it did there, 4-4-1. So again, scoreboard a bit behind there. Meanwhile, it is 4-2. Young did get a hold on the board. Glove here, though, for Rapalou. Third double fault for Rapalou. Still 40-15. And again, now, BK, you've got the chance to see about an hour of Yang. Does that 29-6 record start to make sense for you? I mean, again,
Yeah,
I feel like
really
you can
impressive.
see the weapons.
Yeah, it's you see the weapons. I guess what probably impresses me the most is just when you're winning that much, being able to do that consistently, match in, match out. That, her ability to sustain that level doesn't have to be within the match, but just to be able to come up with the goods when she needs to. And anytime you're 29-6 over the year, that is a phenomenal record at any level.
Doubt about that, as we see Rapalou with the hold 4-3-4. So I'm going to ask that we go split screen and we stay split screen for now, super producer Daniel Westhoff. The reason why we're having some scoreboard issues on both of our courts, and I just want to be able to keep eyes on everything so that when those scoreboards get back to it, we're going to be able to keep track of the score. Of course, we've got another trivia question, Bradley Klahn-centric, coming up for you. Our first question, who did Bradley Klahn beat in the 2010 NCAA singles final? You want to continue your perfect streak here? Answer that question for all of our viewers.
That seems unfair, given that if I missed that.
Yeah. Should I answer it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Austin Childs, Louisville, only Louisville player to ever make the singles final. Was it 2-3?
I was going to ask you if you remember the score. Not quite.
2-1?
6-1, 6-2.
I was gonna say I know one of them was 2. I just didn't remember if the other was 3 or 1. I can tell you who you beat in the semis: Henrik Kuna, one of the most underrated college players of the past 15 years. Guy was a stud at Duke.
I like to say everybody needs a little bit of luck to win a tournament, and my luck that year was unfortunately Robert Farah playing Cunha in the quarters and rolled his ankle. It was really unfortunate to see him get injured and had to retire, but had he won that was a match that was difficult for me throughout my career.
Farah,
we had a lot of battles.
Yeah, doubles playing the world.
Yeah, a lot of battles throughout our career, and just knowing that I avoided him, I think there's a little bit of a freeness in playing someone new, and Cunha not playing someone that I had struggled with. Struggled with isn't necessarily the best phrase. We'd had a lot of tough matches, but freed it up nicely,
to say the least. So again, here you see scoreboard is working on your right side. Yang up. Oh, there we go. All right, Sakaguchi, excuse me. We're back on serve here. So he got that break back. 4-3-2. Turns out that backhand down the line from Spido long. Meanwhile, our next trivia question on the board, we're sticking with BK theme. In 2011, Stanford Juniors, Bradley Klahn, Ryan Thatcher, on their home courts, partnered to reach the 2011 NCAA doubles final. Name the team that ended the fun and knocked off the Cardinal duo in the final. One of these players, I don't think the other half did, but one of these players certainly went on to be a top 100 doubles player in the world. Represented Team USA, I believe, at the Olympics. The other one's a really good guy too, to be clear. But again, all hint for all of you at Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn, at Cracked Racquets, shot at winning that Paul Annacone giveaway. Play trivia with us here on our broadcast. match to a third set. And extend her SoCal Pro Circuit experience. Of course, got one more event coming up next week as well. Continued coverage on our Crack Racquets YouTube channel. Championship coverage continues tomorrow. Week 5, we'll have both of those men's, women's singles matches for you. Either 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time. I don't think the official calendar's come out quite yet. Young again, holding 4-5-3. Looking to stay alive in set number 2.
Sekiguchi's done a nice job fighting off that early break deficit, steadying the ship, really utilizing that speed and court coverage. We talked about that maturity and his ability to stay in points early on, starting to show a few more errors, losing some of that patience. This will be another test for his maturity as he moves up the ranks. Just the ability to, build those leads, lose it, but reset, regather himself. Remember, he's the confidence he's still built, and continue to play within himself. That's a volley of fierce Vida there. Really want to take care of that. You got the open court. These are the crucial moments that it's just, this is what separates those players from the next level, is just taking care of the small details, not extending games when you don't have to. As you see, Sekiguchi with a great return and followed it up with a forehand, and now all of a sudden Vida's got to battle a little bit in this game. These are the games, the points that they start to wear on you as you get later in the sets. Just that extra energy spent trying to dig out these early service games unnecessarily can come back to hurt you later in the set and the match.
One of those fun moments here with the double deuce.
Question for you. Would you want to see no added scoring at the pro ranks?
I'm the wrong guy to ask. As I say, I enjoy it. I like a sudden death. I understand. Again, if the Grand Slams want to move the first week for the men to 2 out of 3 sets, I'm not going to again, we're not calling the Reverend and protesting on the streets of Wimbledon. We'll take that one easy. And we don't need to march over that in particular. There are other things tennis can fix. I don't hate it. Like, I don't think it compromises anything. I've watched enough college tennis to say there aren't profound upsets due to no ad. Now, because the servers are better on the pro circuit, I do worry about it because, like,
Right.
a John Isner no ad point is not the same as a Malika Rapalou college tennis no ad point. You know, they're not built the same.
Right.
But I do like the sudden death. Like, I don't hate it. Definitely don't hate it.
Yeah, you've seen it in doubles. They made that change at the ATP level and WTA level in the doubles, and I think that
the
best
Bryans were still number one, right?
Yeah, I think the best team still came out ahead. There's certainly, something to be said with people unwilling to change or breaking with tradition. I certainly am still a fan of the 3 out of 5 sets at the slams, but I think it's something special and it tests us all. But on the flip side, I'm sure everyone's body would appreciate a 2 out of 3. Oh, what a way!
Just good hands from Svida, and you can see Sakaguchi asking, "What more do I have to do?"
What a way to save break point. A little, excuse me, I'll stick my racket out.
Now, of course, again, back to deuce here. As we saw Yae Yang taking that second set. It's going to be her 8th third set match on this SoCal Pro Circuit.
Again, Svida with that backhand volley. Did everything you could have asked for him. The serve wide, spreading the court, taking that backhand. You can see how well he cuts the angle there. Uses the pace of the return, pulls Sakaguchi way off, and then a little uncomfortable there up at the net on the backhand volley. Sakaguchi with a great running pass. We talked about that 40-15 backhand volley for Svida, just a little bit careless, not getting out of that game. And we talked about it paying out, like costing him later in the set. It turns out it cost him in this game.
As we see Sakaguchi 4-3 lead now. Again, the 30-year-old dropping just one set on his way to the semifinals for Sakaguchi. I mentioned the numbers for him earlier. Looking to make his 26th career Pro Circuit final, but hasn't made an ITF final since June 2019. You look for him over the past couple of seasons. He's only able to play 10 matches in total last year. Tried to use, I believe, a protected ranking. Played a bunch of challenger matches, just 1-9 overall on the season last year was Sakaguchi. Has played more futures level matches this season, has made already now 3 semifinals, 5 quarterfinals. With his wins this week, he's 15-7 overall on the year. BK, you've been in that position about as much as anyone I can think of, that using the protected ranking versus, again, maybe playing, if it's a protected ranking in the top 100, going to play challenger levels. If it's a protected ranking in the top 300, going to play futures events. How difficult is that decision to make? What goes through Sakaguchi's mind playing this SoCal Pro Circuit event?
You want to find a mix of getting matches, building that confidence by winning matches, but also playing at that level that you are at, seeing the higher levels. There's a lot to be said for you've already been there once before or twice or however many times it is. You've seen that level. You've competed at that level. It's easy to forget that when you're injured and you have the layoff. Sometimes you just need to go and see that higher level, whether it's the tour level or the challenger level. Put yourself in those situations and remind yourself that you'll be able to problem solve in those scenarios. So it's definitely a balance. You have to test yourself. you can't drop down too much. You don't want to be complacent playing the futures level. I know from my personal experience, I actually struggled playing at the futures level when I came back. I played a couple and it was good to get matches, but I also lost a little bit of that confidence. When I got up at the challenger level, playing some of the bigger events, it reminded myself that I was still there. My game was intact, but I had to learn to believe again, and I had to learn to tough out some of these matches. So for Sakaguchi, this is really important. As we see, what a inside-out forehand, the ability to find that angle off a high forehand. His ability to buckle down in this match. He's played plenty of finals before, but it's still, when you haven't made one in 3 years, you still feel some of that pressure. It's not as normal as it might have once been.
So Sakaguchi 1 game away from a set lead. Meanwhile, again, the Spider-Man hasn't dropped. I guess it's a little tough to call him the Spider-Man down 3-5 in the first, but you stick with it here. It's going to be a thing, folks. Spida 3-5 down. Let's go to the flip side. What does he do to change the rhythm here? Because it just feels like he's in neutral right now. Like he, again, if you were to ask who's dictating terms of play, probably Sakaguchi.
Yeah, I think this has been the struggle for Spida through the first half of the year. It's just that inability to keep the consistent focus. He has the high end level, but just being able, and you see that point, he moves well. When he wants to be in control of this match, he's going to be in control. It's his. We saw him get off that early lead. He got up the early break and thought, okay, he's in control. He was playing it on his terms. A few loose airs, gives that break back to get on serve 3-2, and then we saw it again at 3-all. So really for me, with Zvida, it's about cleaning up the careless airs, playing within himself, looking to move forward, and really just taking care of the ball. It sounds obvious, it sounds simple, but when you're standing on the court and there's the nerves, it really becomes bringing in your targets, using the legs, and reminding yourself that we're still in this match. Continue to build that confidence.
If nothing else, Spida is smooth with it. In and out of those thirds. Now again, can he maintain that focus, maintain that poise? That'll be the question. Meanwhile, we heard a roar in our headsets here. Again, our Crack Racquets booth. Myself, Alex Gruskin, joined by the legend, Bradley Klahn, who, by the way, if you didn't answer on Twitter, again, our latest trivia question for all of you. Bradley Klahn, not only an NCAA singles champion, but an NCAA doubles finalist. The team to knock off Klahn and Thatcher, arguably my favorite doubles team of the past 15 years. Probably goes Klahn and Thatcher, Michael Shabazz and anyone, then probably Martin Redlicki and anyone. If you were to do that again, Klahn and Thatcher, 2011 NCAA doubles final. The team to knock them off, Texas A&M's Austin Krajicek, Jeff Dadama, of course, in that 2011. I'm right?
You're all right. Fun fact, they beat us twice in 2.5 weeks.
When they beat you the other time, in the duel?
In the duel, 9-8, 11-9 in the tiebreaker to clinch the doubles point for Texas A&M.
But then you guys obviously got him in the single. Was that on the way to the quarterfinals?
Yeah.
I like that. Who did you play, Krajicek?
I played Krajicek in singles. Thatcher played Dadamo.
Yeah. Sweep, top 2?
Top 3.
Yeah, of course. Clayton came through as well.
Clayton was a pretty nails.
Yeah, that's a pretty good 3.
For us.
Yeah, that's money. Let me ask you, match on the line, Thatcher or Clayton? Who'd you rather have? Yeah, let's just get you in trouble here.
Let me think about that.
Is the answer you? Yeah. It's a tough question for us. So now we move on to our final of the BK section of the trivia. And again, tweet at us at Cracked Racquets, at Bradley Klon, at Alex Gruskin. Give yourself a chance to win a free 30-minute virtual lesson from Paul Annacone. Ooh, a little nice backhand flipper on the run from Svida. That does seem to be when he's at his best. Our final BK question. Who did Bradley Klon defeat for his first ATP Tour level victory? Now, not his first ATP point. That's Greg Ouellette. I know a lot of you already know that answer. We're throwing that answer out. First ATP Tour level victory. BK knows the answer. I know the answer. I wrote the damn trivia question. Do you know the answer? And if so, at Cracked Racquets, tweet at us, Instagram, let us know.
What a point from Sekiguchi. You see it all on display with the movement from him there. Svida seemingly in control that point the entire time. You could see he never really wavered from that baseline. Didn't move in and out. Just was reluctant to hit those big ground strokes. And Sekiguchi in trouble at 15:30. Still a little danger trying to close out this first set, excuse me.
Of course, we saw in our previous men's semifinal, Sekou Bangor ultimately earned a 3-set win, but saw a 5-3 first set lead evaporate in almost a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Spider-Man with the crossover. Backhand goes down the line. Break point chance for young Peter Parker. What I really enjoy about this match, very similar to our first semifinal, the contrast of styles. Not too dissimilar between these two. Such a physical matchup. And you don't always see that here on the Futures circuit. Oh my goodness. I mean, he's locked in. And you heard some grunts. I apologize. Everything is okay on my end. But it's these backhands. It's these backhands, BK. I mean, when he wants to turn into it, it can be elite.
I love the mix-up that you saw there from Svida. Being able to be patient with that forehand. Throw up a couple higher balls to the Sekiguchi backhand. Change the pace. Get him to drop it short and then step in and hammer that backhand winner.
to do so much effort to create these break point chances, only to see them so quickly evaporate. So another break point chance for Svida. For what it's worth, Svida so far in our opening set, obviously yet to earn that break of serve, or excuse me, just the one break earlier in the set, but currently 1 of 5 on break point chances. Make it 1 of 6. Clutch ace down the tee.
Sekiguchi, that ability to save break point with an ace, so clutch for him. Normally having to rely on those legs, anytime you can ease the burden. Follows it up there with a really nice 1-2 punch.
And I know it's a critical moment here. Set point coming up. Actually, we can stay full screen, Westoff. Ignore my message in the chat. The reason I say that, 3 love Ya Yang. That power tennis she plays completely flipped the script. And again, she was the heavy favorite going into today's matchup. Has cemented that status down the back half here of sets 2 and 3. Never has a lob looked more powerful in the back half of it landing, but of course things speed up there. Svida lands the lob, but goes long on the backhand. And I don't know if that was a sloppy set for Zachary Svida, but credit to Sekiguchi, BK. He just out-Svida. It felt like in that set, was just the more solid of the two players. And we do go over to our women's semi now where it's 3 love, but I'm really impressed there from the 30-year-old. That was a veteran's play to take set 1.
Yeah, that you could see the experience that he's had in that set and just all those matches. You know, I know he was out for a while, still working his way back, but Sekiguchi did a great job of weathering that early hot start from Svida, letting Svida beat himself a little bit there. We talked about the careless volleys early on. And that last point was a tremendous example, kind of summed up really the first set for both of them.
So now again, go back over. 3 love for the 18-year-old Ya Yang after making just 50% of her first serves in set number 1. I know this sounds so simple, but 14 of 22, 64% in set number 2, 79% in set number 3. What's remarkable to me, BK, is just how similar these matches have felt. We're like, yeah, first 20 minutes in our 2 women's matches, it felt like the player, again, the front runner, Jones, or in this case, Ya Yang, they came out a little slow, a little flat, but 2 players who've had so much success on this SoCal Pro Circuit, it just took them some time to find their bearings.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with both of them, just the way they settled into the match, didn't panic. You know, it's so important not to hit the panic button when the serve isn't going your way early on. They both did a great job of keeping themselves in the match by breaking serve, still sticking to their aggressive power game from the back of the court. Allowed them to start finding that rhythm on the serve, and from there it's been like a train rolling downhill.
So now we see again. Poor footwork there from Rapalou, but it's just a slingshot, just so explosive. Off the racket of Rapalou. Excuse me, off the racket of Young. So 15-30 here. Mentioned the first serve percentage rising for Ya Yang. First serve percentage 29% so far. She's 2 of 7 here is Rampalou in set number 2, and now 69% for the match, but Rampalou 21 of 43 behind the first serve. That's a 49% win percentage, 7 of 19 on the second serve. It just feels like an approach shot is too hyperbolic, but it's a drop and hit feed. Like, it just feels like whoever gets the first strike on the return of serve, you're just in command.
Yeah, you can see as Yang starting to find her rhythm too. Rapalou's starting to feel that pressure. When you feel the pressure, you start to tense up a little bit. You lose that fluid motion on the serve, start forcing it a little bit, and that's where you see the dip in percentage, less aggression, and just now you see more on the back foot, having to defend. And just that little, it doesn't have to be much, but just a little bit of a drop in percentage, a little bit of drop in pace allows Yang to see the ball a little bit bigger, get her feet in position a little better, and then go to work on her game.
So now, game point chance for Yang to stop the bleeding here. Excuse me, for Rampalou to stop the bleeding here. Fuck in, Alex. Come on. 40-30 here for the 19-year-old. All right, on the board. Again, given the erratic nature we've seen from Yang, just sticking around, she'll give you some errors if you're able to weather that storm. Meanwhile, let's go split screen here. Second set now underway in our men's singles semifinals. And again, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. Thrilled to be here on week 5 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Excuse me. Almost find a man. So opening game back to deuce here, and for what it's worth, again, 3 breaks of serve in that opening set on the men's side. I just don't know what Svida did extraordinary in set number 1. It was a very ordinary set for him, and what I mean by that, it was just par for the course. Not going to make a lot of unforced errors. Didn't give Sakaguchi much, but didn't take anything either.
Yeah, I think that we saw just a little bit of that lapse in focus towards the end. A couple didn't play great service games, 2 in a row actually. When he was up to break 3-1, played 2 average service games, and Sakaguchi isn't the guy who's going to give you a whole lot. He's not going to be aggressive and take much from you, but he really relied on his legs there and allowed Svida to break himself.
Certainly, and again, using another Svida service game. Meanwhile, we mentioned it, just stay close with Yang. The opportunities will come. Rampalou now love 30. She needs to get back on serve. Let's go full screen on our women's semi. Triple break point chance here for Rampalou. And again, this happens to me every time I comment a Yang match. I'm trying to think the equivalent. I mean, again, you can think of other obvious tennis players. I was trying to go cross sports there. But it's just so clearly on Yang's terms. It's just like, with all due respect, I don't know what more there is to say about Rampalou. It's like, if Yang connects, Rampalou has lost the point. If it's an unforced error, she's won it.
For Rampalou, her strength in this match is going to be that consistency, that mental fortitude, being there, point in, point out. You mentioned keeping it close. That hold was huge for her to stem the bleeding a little bit, put the pressure back on Yang serve, who struggled. We saw, especially in that first set, struggled to hold serve. You want to let her start to feel that tension a little bit. See if some of those nerves kick in. The first serve percentage drops a little bit. It's very difficult closing out matches for anyone. Even the best of the best in the world get nervous stepping up to the line as they get closer to the finish line.
Absolutely. And again, didn't do much with that return, but the backhand error off the racket of Yang means we're back on serve. Credit to Rapalou. Sticking around. Now the 19-year-old 2-3 in set number 3, our deciding set over in our second women's singles semifinal. Of course, coming up after that on court number 2, still one more match to go today. On the women's side, of course, it's our doubles final. After suitable rest, Ya Yang going to be back on court. Her partner, the top seeds this week, taking on Han and Kim. That match was scheduled for 4:40 p.m. Eastern Time. It's currently 4:38 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm going to go ahead and say that match is going to get delayed for a hot second. Just, again, some forecasting. Never say never with Ya Yang. She could win 3 games in 2 minutes. She's capable of doing it. But we're going to assume there's going to be a bit of a delay there. Of course, we see here Svida versus Sakaguchi. Coming up after this one, we've got our men's doubles final. Sekou Bangura will be back on court for us then. He and his partner, the top seed, is going to take on Quinnen Vallejo. That match scheduled much more appropriate, 5:30. Though one does wonder, again, about an hour away from that, will this match be done in time before that one too gets started? Maybe not. Svida here, 30 all. And as glass half empty as you feel coming out of that first set for Svida, the glass half full is you had a couple breakpoint chances down 4-5. Really played 2 bad service. You blinked for 5 minutes in the match and Sakaguchi made you pay.
Yeah, we saw he had the lead 3-1. He looked in control. He blinked on those couple service games. He was up in that game at 3-all. We had talked about in that game, little lackadaisical, not closing out the game. It did come back to bite him. But here, a good response, another break opportunity. Sakaguchi gifting him a little bit there on that high forehand volley. You know, I'm going to be a little bit critical on that play. It seemed a bit tight from Svida dropping back on the second serve. You saw just how much space he gave Sakaguchi to work there. If you're going to drop that far back, you really have to get your legs behind the ball, get some momentum going forward, and create a full swing to push Sakaguchi back. That's the whole reason for stepping back on that return. Does a better job there on that return, splitting forward. Svida has phenomenal hands and a great ability to time that return. That was a much better look from him there.
I don't think that was critical at all, for what it's worth. I think that was just fair analysis. Seeing what Svida's, again, been able to do in this match. And man, it starts with that backhand always. That's the side he's able to generate the pace on seemingly with ease. Little jumping backhand there. It's good. Get the body in it. Get engaged.
Little Marat Safin for you?
That's what I'm saying. No, it feels like a little bit. I mean, again, I haven't gone to like a professional class in a while, but when you get, those, I'm thinking of, what's it called? A spin class or something like that. When the instructor's kind of like, and work those hips, and 1, 2, 3. That was Svida there. He's working those hips on the jumping backhand, swing, just trying to get into this match. Svida never going to be the fieriest, right? You're not going to get the big come on out of him.
Much more subdued.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't show a lot of emotion.
Keeps it all in the backward tap. Just locks it in. It's all under there. As we see love 15. Meanwhile, can we go split screen here? Yang obviously was up a 3-love lead, now 2-3. But stop me if you've heard this before. Gets the break back here, 4-4-2.
Real important for Svida here to consolidate that break. We saw him get up the early break in the first set, unable to hold on to that lead. Again in trouble here. Really solid play from Svida. That serve and backhand combo. Moves up so effortlessly, cuts that angle on the backhand. Helps him create that sharp cross-court angle. Over on court 2. Again, Yang getting up that break in the third, but struggling on serve. Rapalou doing an excellent job. Staying consistent, strong mentally, and just weathering the Yang power. Looking in on Yang Rapalou. Had the love 30 lead in this game, and if you're Rapalou, you're really kicking yourself off that last missed forehand return. So critical in these moments late in the third set. You're back against the wall. Let Yang feel a little bit of that pressure. We've seen the struggles on the serve for her, forcing her to try and close this match out.
Oh!
That's the big power hitting from Yang there. Pulls herself out of a love 30 jam and consolidates the break.
It's the streakiest player I've ever seen. It is. Like, I'm not, and that may come off as disrespectful, but for an 18-year-old, I know I'm getting hyperbolic. It's our job here at the commentary booth to keep you all excited. The weapons are real for Yang. Yang can just play on her terms. She just has those sorts of weapons where when she's locked in, at least at this level, as we've seen throughout this SoCal Pro Circuit, there's just not much her opponents can do. And again, 8th third set match. A win today should be 5-3 in those affairs. It's going to be 15 minutes in every match. I think I call it Serena Williams Power Tennis Country Club. And by the way, we inducted a new member today into the country club. Welcome, Elena Rybakina, who had weekend privileges. She was allowed to golf there, you know, come eat the weekend brunch. Could swim at the pool if she wanted. Couldn't use the members' locker room until now, though. She's a Grand Slam champion. It's good because we'd built some new properties. So Yai Young. She's a valet now at Serena Williams Power Tennis Country Club. She just got her first job. She's in the mix. Here. Young will have a new trivia question for you after this game. Gonna give a hint to all of our listeners again at Crack Racquets tweet at us. Folks, free lesson from Paul Anacone. Send us the tweets. Who did Bradley Klahn defeat in his first ATP Tour level victory? Here's my hint. It's at a major. That's all you get. Love 30. Blistered. Return.
Seen it all in this game from Young.
I mean, that's in a nutshell. Yeah. It's just like, play this on a loop in the, you know, wherever it is she trains. It's like, do you see those first two? Love those. See those next two?
Get the full experience. One thing for sure, she is not getting cheated on anything.
Yeah. Very true. When I think of, like, again, she'd probably walk into college tennis and have more power than maybe any other player in college tennis. But, like, give her 2 years to be like, all right, the month of January, you're only hitting elevated topspin shots. Like, you're only hitting 75%. I don't care if you lose. We're just doing this for a month. Don't worry about the Purdue match. We'll be fine against Indiana. You know, I need you clicking for Ohio State. That's what I would tell her. And it's like, the pitch is there. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ronnie Bernstein, hire me. I'm ready. The backhand goes long. Back to deuce here. Meanwhile, on the flip side for Rapalou again, and we spent a lot of time talking about Young as she's flipped the script here. But to Rapalou's credit, she hasn't folded, right? It's very to be. When we were talking about what it's like to face Nick Kyrgios, again, it's a bold comparison here for Yai Young. Sets up another match point, but it's just like when you know you're not going to have your rhythm. I've really liked the way Rapalou's just fought and found ways to stay competitive.
Yeah, she's handled herself very well out here today, finding ways to stay in the match multiple times, coming down from a breakdown, trying to give herself a chance, keep it close, give Young a chance to maybe sprinkle in some of those errors that we saw in the first set. You never know if she'll get a little nervous, miss the court.
That one goes wide. Yai Young a second SoCal Pro Circuit final. And right now, folks, on your screen, you're looking at the wins leader here for this SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, the list of results for Yayi Yang since play began 6 weeks ago in San Diego. She's gone semifinals from qualifying, finals, quarterfinals, semifinals, now into another final where she will face Mckenna Jones. Yayi Yang, 18 years old. She's going to move into the top 750 of the rankings with her results this week. May even move into the top 700. Just again, given some of the results. And by the way, should she move into the top 700, you're looking at one of the 40 highest ranked 18 and under players in the world right now. You never know who's going to
see that consistency from her here at the SoCal Pro Circuit. That many match wins, doing it week in, week out. That is very tough. It's physically, maybe more so mentally demanding and challenging just to be able to repeat that process. You know, we always talk about rinse and repeat. Being able to each day wake up and bring doesn't have to be your best tennis every day, but your best mental competitive spirit.
Currently 732 in the live rankings. Will move into the top 725 with her victory here today. And by the way, we're not done with her. Coming up later, she'll compete in our doubles final. To quote my friend, the DJ Khalid, all she does is win, 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 no matter what. We'll see more of her later. Meanwhile, our final singles action of the day happening on court number 1. Top seed, 19-year-old Zachary Svida dropped his first set of the tournament against the 5th-seeded Sekiguchi. Sekiguchi looking for pro final number 26 of his career, but his first since 2019. Been a lot of injuries for him these past few seasons. Nice to see Svida lock in here. This would have been very easy for the 19-year-old to look at the calendar and say, you know what? It's my 9th match in 12 days. I won the title last week. I'm extraordinarily handsome for a guy my age. Let's just fold this one up. Call it quits. He has not done that. And just even there, to hit a forehand on that ball, BK, indicative of the aggressive mindset or just the proactiveness is the better word he's brought into this set.
Yeah, that's the maturity we're looking for in Svida as he continues to develop in his careers. Not giving free points. You mentioned the win last week, 9th match in 12 days. Just this is what it takes to become a professional on tour. The consistency, it's the daily grind, it's getting up and doing the repeatable patterns day in, day out.
It's so nice.
That's it. Just a great 1-2 from Sekiguchi with the backhand cross and stepping in line. But getting back to Svida, just in order to get where he wants to be at the top of the game, we talked about the Kalamazoo titles, him playing so well at the U.S. Open and the excitement there, but then having to come back and remember that this is more of what the tour is. You got the wild cards. You got that experience. But in order to stay there and to play there week in, week out, this is what you need to go through. And I think he's really learning that. And you're seeing some of that maturity to get there. The quicker in order to get there quicker, you have to be very, very consistent and regimented at this level.
Ooh. I don't care if you miss the approach. I like that pass from Svida. And to your point about the maturity it takes whether it's that pass, the backhand up the line for Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi's 586 in the world right now. And yeah, he's coming back from injury. He's probably better than that. Certainly when he lands that first serve down the tee, he looks a lot better than that. But when I look at the Pro Tour and how things have changed, BK, over the past 5-10 years, it's not the guys at the top. The players ranked 1, 2, 10 in the world, they've always been exceptional. But to me, it's this guy, 586 in Sakaguchi, or, what we saw with Jones, who was out, had to play qualifying to get to this freaking final. It's the depth to me. It just feels like the tour is deeper than it has ever been. In your experience playing, observing from afar, is that fair?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, everybody can hit a tennis ball. Everybody's got all the tools, and being inside 100, playing the challengers. I look at everyone within 300-400. If you were to have them hit with any of the top 20 guys, just up the middle in a practice, you wouldn't be able to tell their ranking. The details come in the matches, in the pressure situations, and in the point construction. How well can you execute your plays? How well do you know your own plays and your game? And how well are you able to just stay consistent and not try and be somebody you're not? You see the top guys, they know their game, they own their game. This is what I'm trying to do. This is how I'm going to do it. And you're going to have to try and get me out of my comfort zone. And not only that, I'm going to be able to do it as well at 1-all, 15-all, as I am 5-all, 30-all in the third set.
So we see now again Svida 1 game away from forcing the third. Spider-Man forces the decider. 6-1, he takes the second set. With that said, a little bit of a break in the action. We've talked about this importance of this SoCal Pro Circuit. We've talked about the importance of tennis at the lower levels. Let's talk now, or here, if you don't believe me or BK, to one of the legends of the game, for five-time USC Men's Tennis National Championship winning coach, of course, director of the LA Kramer Club event we saw last week. Peter Smith joined us on the Cracked Interviews podcast to talk about why it's essential to grow tennis at the lower levels. Let's hear what Coach Smith had to say. In terms of building tennis at the grassroots, you talked about being able to bring this event to the Kramer Club and be able to show it to your members. Is that a value as we look at building tennis, American tennis in particular? How valuable is that piece to show, this level of tennis to people who may not otherwise be exposed to it?
Yeah, I mean, for the members, I keep telling them, you are not going to believe how good this tennis is. You're not going to believe the quality. You're not going to believe the intensity. And we host a college tournament, which is incredible. It blows all the members' minds. And I would say another very important reason is, we have a very big junior program, very successful junior program at the club. It's very important for me to show these juniors, hey, this is what you can have. This is what you can aspire to be. Look, I think 99.9% of kids should go to college, but the vast majority, has got a dream. And all of these kids should dream about being professional tennis players. And this is the foundation. This is the starting block. If you're a professional tennis player, this is where you got to start.
Always great to hear from the legend coach Peter Smith. And of course, if you'd like to hear more from him, not only on this SoCal Pro Circuit, but you know, if he's going to come on our Cracked Interviews podcast, we're going to talk a little USC tennis with him. Talk tennis history as we have with Bradley Klahn today. You can find that podcast on the Cracked Interviews podcast feed wherever you listen to your podcast or on our website, crackedrackets.com. Again, third set underway. Top seed, 19-year-old Zachary Svida taking on the 30-year-old fifth-seeded Tsuchi Sekaguchi. Alex Gruskin, joined by All-American, NCAA singles champion, top 100 ATP player, and our friend Bradley Klahn here. As we continue our broadcast here, semifinals Saturday. Too cute from Spider-Man Sekaguchi there to clean it up. 4-15 all. So, as we start this third set, another round of trivia for everyone. As, of course, our last trivia question, Bradley Klahn's first ATP win. Answer to that question, Jürgen Meltzer. 2012 U.S. Open?
2012 U.S. Open, and my only 5-set win in my career.
Only? And was that your first 5-set match?
First 5-set match.
You know, I think I remember that one. So that would have been fall of my senior year in high school, to clarify, just to make you feel particularly old. And I remember watching that match. I mean, I just remember it was not the prettiest down the home stretch, but I remember being like, no, you guys don't understand how good this guy was in college. Like, he's on the rise. I'm telling you, like, you know, I'm pretty sure he was the last guy to beat Stevie or whatever it was in the college career. Or close. Yeah, you were the last guy, right?
It sure would.
Yeah. See, still got it. Shout out to the brain.
That was a 5th set. I'll tell you that. I cramped in the 4th.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
And relaxed myself out of the cramps. You see a great forehand from Zvida there. Starting to impose his will again. Cramped in the 4th, relaxed out of it, and dare I say, almost blacked out in the 5th set. I don't remember much, but I guess that is a sign that you are in the zone and present.
As we see break point chances here for Svida to get the set going. Oh, what a combination from Zach Svida on the stretch. Cross court follows it up with the down the line 1-love lead. He's taken 7 of the last 8 games, folks, and opens the third set up the right way. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, I'm going to ask you if you can we find a 2012 Bradley Klahn U.S. Open photo somewhere out there on Google? Get it up there on the screen for everyone to see. Honest to God, I think you look younger now. I'm just going to throw that out there. I think back then it was even tougher. But our trivia question for everyone as we wait for this brief changeover, and I alluded to it earlier. 3 American boys have won back-to-back Boys 18s Kalamazoo singles titles in the 21st century. 3 of them. Name one of the 3. And you know what? I'm going to give the one away because I think I mentioned it earlier. Obviously, Zach Svida on that list. 2019 champion. Also earned a straight set victory last year for this year's NCAA singles champion, Ben Shelton. Probably would have been one of those rare 3-in-a-row winners had there been a 2020 event, but unfortunately it was canceled due to COVID. And one of those little things where you wonder, had Svida gotten another U.S. Open wild card, would he be top 200 already, be that much more comfortable? Floating inside the top 400 right now, has 2nd round U.S. Open points to defend in New York later this season. every win that he can earn. Right now in command here. It's
a dangerous. Wild cards can be a dangerous game. Just thinking about a third U.S. Open wild card and kind of just the mindset from Zvida and being around him. The U.S. Open is the cream of the crop. It's the red carpet treatment as a pro, and especially young, it's nice to get a taste of that. You know what it's like. You know what you're shooting for. That's the goal. You live it a little bit, but you have to be very careful not to get caught up in this is the reality of professional tennis.
No doubt, Svida so impressive last year, earning a first-round victory before ultimately getting knocked out in a very fun 4-set match against Yannick Sinner. Of course, for Svida this season, it's been a struggle. It was 3-10 going into last week's play. 5 victories for him, obviously, on his way to the title. 3 more wins here. And now he's into his bag of tricks.
He's pulling out the drop shot 3 times that game.
Executes his final 2-love lead now up the early break. And to your point, you do begin to wonder, I mean, for Svida, who will certainly always be in the conversation as one of those talented young Americans in the mix for a U.S. Open wildcard, there hasn't been much this season to justify it prior to this SoCal run. And that's why I love Svida, and we talked about this last week, playing these futures events. I mean, if nothing else, 9 matches in 2 weeks is going to be good for the body, but, you know, to potentially earn 9 victories in 9 matches, exceptional for the confidence going into a massive summer.
Absolutely. It's the best way to get in match shape and tournament shape is you just have to go through it. You can't simulate it in practice. You can play as many practice sets, practice matches as you want, but just the stress in the tournaments, the travel, obviously it's helpful here. We've got all these phenomenal tournaments in Southern California to minimize the travel, but all these things you learn in your first couple of years on tour, how to manage your body, how to prepare yourself best to compete each day.
Nice track down there from Sakaguchi. You can tell Svida's feeling himself. He's moving forward. He's at the net. It's not where you see Zach Svida. Definitely plays that Southern California grinder tennis. That's definitely his mode of operation.
Yeah, he's comfortable at the back of the court. He plays that aggressive baseliner game. But for him to keep progressing and moving up where he wants to be, you need to start developing that transition game more, becoming more comfortable at the net. If anything, it just shortens the points, saves the body, gives the opponent another something to think about when you're game planning.
I mean, he's flicking the forehand with ease. Inside in, inside out, falling backwards.
You can really see the two, contrasts. Svida, a lot of match wins, starting to feel confident, coming off a title. Sometimes when you're coming off a title, that first match right after can be the most difficult one, just to reset and get back into the next tournament. Once you start getting into that, you start gaining, that confidence really starts to shine through.
And if that landed, yeah, it's time for us to maybe go home. 1540 Svida.
On the flip side for Sakaguchi, hasn't played a lot of matches, still coming off,
yes,
working his way back. This is where you start to see some of the lapses or just the lack of confidence, the lack of match play.
Good and much needed. First serve there. Excuse me. So excited, getting choked up. For Sakaguchi, still another break point chance here, and you do feel like, again, it's a break chance. Not quite a de facto match point. Boy, would it be a tough deficit. And that's what you do. 2 big first serves. Oh, no, he missed it wide. Excuse me. So Svida, 3-love lead here in set number 3, closing in on a second consecutive SoCal Pro Circuit final. Again, Alex Gruskin, joined by Bradley Klahn. Here's a little gift for you, BK. Super producer Daniel Westhoff went and searched the archives of the internet. Look at that Bradley Klahn at the U.S. Open. That man couldn't grow a beard, let alone with the beard you have today. No aftershave, no 5 o'clock shadow.
You'd be surprised. Just took a lot longer, but yeah, that was baby-faced Bradley.
Oh, my God. And that was back when you swung through backhands.
I still do in practice.
I like it, though, the all Nike look. Was this the juniors?
No.
Yeah, no, this is 12.
This is 12.
Yeah, this is the shot. Look at BK. Yeah, upsets Jurgen Meltzer for first Grand Slam win. I just got the article from super producer Daniel Westhoff. There was the face, folks, of a U.S. Open second round appearance. And again, great to have BK joining us here to impart some of his wisdom upon us. Do you know the answer to this trivia question? 3 American boys.
This one, I don't.
I think you do. I think this is, we haven't stumped you yet. Svida's one of them. We're ready to give the other answer. Can you name the other 2?
I want to say Donald Young is one.
That is correct. Donald Young the other. And again, tweet at us at Cracked Racquets. Get yourself a chance at some Paul Annacone virtual lesson. One more. I don't remember who he beat in the first one, but he beat Mitchell Frank in the second.
Oh, jeez.
Who did he beat in the first one? Did he beat Watson? God, who did he beat? I gotta look this up.
This one I don't know.
See again, team love here for Svida. The years 2010, 2011. God, who did he beat in the? Oh no, I think it was Van Overbeek maybe in the final. No, maybe it was Gonzalez Austin. No, it was Bob Van Overbeek. Always go with your first inclination.
I don't. This one you got me.
Jack Sock, the other one, 2010, 2011. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Sock did beat Bob Van Overbeek.
Oh, yeah, because he would have been turning 19 in September.
Yeah, so was able to play.
Yeah.
Beats Van Overbeek in straights, beats Mitchell Frank in straights, or maybe it was 4 against Frank.
Yep, that's right. How can you forget about the Paris Masters champion?
Exactly.
And 3-time doubles Grand Slam winner.
Yeah. Top 10 American. One of the few over the past decade.
Yeah.
Although Taylor Fritz coming for him. Palka, Paul.
Fritz with a lot of runway this summer, too.
Always nice to have Masters 1000 title points in your back pocket.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, can do a lot from there.
That helps.
Beautiful inside in forehand from Zach Svida for 40-30. And as we look for Svida, I know that's been a big picture conversation. What can he do moving forward? How can he make life easier for himself? The thing that stood out to me throughout this SoCal Pro Circuit action, unless you can do something elite, unless you've got the power, the weapons to hurt him, the weaknesses have been minimized. And these players haven't been able to hurt him, which is not even a Brandon Holt, which is so remarkable.
Yeah, that's where you really see the difference in the levels, right? At each level, guys develop more and more weapons, and they know how to use them more. And here you're not, I mean, especially with Sekiguchi, who's generally more relies on his legs, you're not seeing guys that have that ability to hurt Zvida, and it allows him to play more within himself. When you see guys that have the power, have the ability to dictate play and push him around, then you start to see the pressure creep in, the stress to do more, to go for bigger shots. And that's with anyone across all levels. That's why those top guys, when you play Djokovic, you feel squeezed to do more. With each level, it's just remembering that you're still out there playing tennis and trying to play within yourself.
Absolutely. And again, Zvida 4-love here. 10 of the last 11 games going the way of the 19-year-old. Obviously, all the numbers leaning his way as now. Sekiguchi's first serve and second serve win percentages slowly descending beneath 50%. Yeah, he's in control.
It's all working for him now.
And that backhand line. So I know I've asked you this a million times, but we continue to have this discussion. Zachary Svida calls you, says, BK, love the commentary. Big fan of your work. I also knew that I was one of the 3 back-to-back Kalamazoo champions of the past century. I want to be a top 100 player. As we see here, the wheels. Creativity, the physicality, it really all is working for Svida right now. So I ask you, BK, to get to top 100, what's the next step?
Serve.
Sure.
3 things. Serve, actually in descending. So serve, approach, and mindset. And I think mindset's number 1. Developing that tenacity, that competitiveness, that willingness to stay in points, grind it out.
As you see there in speed mode, he does grind that out 4-5 love. Continue, I apologize.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to be able to grind out wins when he's not feeling his best. He's an insanely talented player. He strikes the ball so cleanly off both sides. But tennis isn't about how clean you can hit it. It's about how well you're able to utilize the tools you have and how well you're able to make adjustments on court. One of the quotes I remember hearing from Roddick was, this was years ago when I was in college. I was lucky enough to practice them for a week, and he said 10% of the year, or 10% of your career, you'll play so well, nobody's going to beat you on that day. 10% of the year or career, you'll play so badly that it doesn't matter who you play. Your career is made up of the 80% in the middle. And for Zvida, I think that's where he gets a little bit in trouble, is relying on that talent. And when it's not there, has a tendency to get flustered a little bit. But nobody's ever perfect. You can't hit every ball cleanly, even the best of the best. And it's how well do you handle that mentally when you don't have the game that you know you're capable of.
Certainly, we've seen what he's capable here of over this past, 45 minutes was the first set. It's been 45 minutes since. But he's built up this 6-1-5 love lead. first pass dipped at the feet of Sakaguchi. Just give yourself a second look at maybe an easier passing shot. Great depth. On the backhand volley, love 15 now. There he is. Just so difficult to put him away. I mean, come on. How many of those does he hit now? 10?
You know he's feeling it when he's outside the singles line in the alley. I mean, that backhand line is such a difficult shot to hit from anywhere in the court, but to be able to change the direction there, that's how you when you're playing with a 5-0 3-break lead, you feel a little bit more comfortable going after those shots.
No doubt about that. Now 30-15. He's 2 points away. All right. I like that. Quick learner. He's like, that looked fun. Let me try. Backhand scooted up the line there.
I know he's got a 5-0 lead. This is where I really want to see him buckle down and close this match out in style. Don't give Sakaguchi any sniff at a comeback. And not necessarily for this match. It's been one-way traffic the last 2 sets, but it's more building those good habits for the future.
Absolutely. Oh, skin of his teeth, that lands good. Woo-wee. All right. That's nice. That high backhand volley is the hardest shot in tennis, and you'll never convince me otherwise.
Jumping, turning his back to the net, finding an inside-out angle.
I was playing very recreational league doubles, and I will say I was probably one of 3 people who had 2 functioning knees on the court. And, you know, I spiked. Yeah, exactly. I spiked a backhand volley for the first time in my life, as we see match point here. I mean, come on. That's just exceptional from Sakaguchi. Finds the line there. But I spiked a backhand volley, and I kind of looked at my partner, and I was like, I don't do that. I've never done that. But I was like, I think I have old man strength now. I was like, I think this is the first indication. All right. Another match point chance coming up for Svida. Credit to Sakaguchi. He has found the goods on these past few match points. Let's see if Svida can get to pro final number 3. Zachary Svida was 3-10 just 12 days ago. Now 9 matches later, he's got 9 more victories in the win column this season, into a 3rd career pro final. He'll have the chance to earn back-to-back victories, 4-6, 6-1, 6-love. Hell of a performance, BK. Your final thoughts from Svida.
Love the way he put that first set behind him. He did a great job early in the first set, got out to that lead. Little loss of focus there, give up a couple breaks to serve, but just one-way traffic those second and third sets. You could see how confident he was. That confidence from the win last week carrying over really shined through in those last 2 sets.
Absolutely. Hell of a performance from the Svida man into another final here today. And coming up next, the action continues. We shift from semifinal to championship Saturdays. We've got men's doubles finals coming up for all of you here on the SoCal Pro Circuit. Going to get to see a few familiar faces, some new ones as well. That coming up in about 5 minutes here. With that in mind, no, it's 5:29 dinner time here on the East Coast. You've earned that mid-afternoon snack on the West Coast, but more than anything else, you've earned yourself some extra tennis here today on Saturday. So we hope you stick with us. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to continue our coverage. But for now, for the fantastic Bradley Klahn, our super producer Daniel Westoff, I'm Alex Gruskin. You are watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin back with top 100 ATP player Bradley Klahn. We've moved into the doubles championship portion of our coverage. And for those of you who've tuned in throughout this SoCal Pro Circuit, familiar faces on our screen here today. We'll start with the near side of our screen. Ethan Quinn, Daniel Vallejo. Both teenagers, both already ITF Pro Circuit champions. They won last weekend's event over at the Jack Kramer Club. Of course, you look for Ethan Quinn. What a run it's been for him in doubles. He partnered with CM Waldeb to make the final in San Diego. Reached the final of, or won the title, excuse me, in singles. His first pro title, knocking out August Holmgren in that San Diego event as well. The 18-year-old Quinn will be a freshman, redshirt freshman next season at the University of Georgia. Just, again, absolute stud to bring off the bench and onto your roster. If you're head coach Manny Diaz, associate head coach Jamie Hunt. Of course, funny, they're the defending champs, or I suppose champs going into this week. And yet they are not the top seeds. That's their opponents today. I really love doubles. Fun stuff already to start us off, of course. Again, Quinn, Vallejo, both 18 years old on the near side of your screen. Taking on a couple of veterans on the other side of the net. As they face top seeds, Abraham Asaba, Sekou Bangura.
Bangura already showing off some of the hands. That last point.
You mentioned it, Bangura, 30 years old. Asaba, 25. Asaba also reached a singles final earlier on this SoCal Pro Circuit. Reached a doubles final, excuse me. He and his partner losing, I think it was 23-21 in a third set breaker in week one. Lost to August Holmgren, Alexander Kozbanov. That ball just floats wide. Asaba looking still for his first pro doubles title in his career. You look, oh, excuse me, for Asaba, one pro doubles title in his career came earlier this season in Orange Park. You want to try and guess who his partner was, BK?
Bangura.
It was Sekou Bangura. Duo partnered together for the title in Orange Park earlier this season. Bangura, 21 ITF Pro Circuit doubles titles in his career. You saw the hands, the fluidity on display throughout the course of his three-set victory. And of course, always enjoy players looking for that elusive sweep at a pro event. You win the singles, you win the doubles. Of course, doubles, no ad scoring. Best of three sets, third set a 10-point tie break. Early deuce point here. They're going to send it to Bangura. It's a nice serve from the 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. Gets himself out of a jam 4-1 love. Again, last week's title winners, Ethan Quinn, Daniel Vallejo. Duo paired together at the Kramer Club to knock out fellow youngsters, Aiden Mayo, Keenan Mayo. That's like the Walmart version of the Bryan brothers. A little off-brand, but you always love seeing siblings competing on the Pro Tour together still. Obviously, Ethan Quinn, one of the young, talented players that comes up in every discussion about who's the next wave of American talent.
got quite the crop of Americans currently. It's certainly plenty to enjoy on the ATP circuit right now.
No doubt about that. We've got, no, I was going to say, it's a lot of firsts since the 90s, and the 1990s referred to as the golden era of American men's tennis. You had the most Americans in the third round of Wimbledon since the 1995 Wimbledon. I was not alive for that 95 Wimbledon, so it's nice to get to see that in my lifetime. More Americans in the top 50 since the 1990, I believe, 7 season. All those sorts of things. Tough miss. You see Asaba rocking the all-black outfit. Bangura going with the lime green. I think that's a lime green. Tough to tell.
Close enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big swing from Quinn, and obviously, I'm curious, BK, when, if ever, did you decide to stop playing doubles events during your career? What are the doubles events helpful for? Why play these?
I always played doubles events. Well, one, it's fun.
Yeah, sure.
It's a little bit, as a singles player making my career in singles, doubles was a more relaxed way to work on my game in a competitive environment. It's hard to get those live competitive reps. It's not the same playing practice sets, just still having something on the line. Doubles is a lot more about the serve, return, first volley. So it really helped playing aggressive. We see an early break for Vallejo and Quinn.
Fought off a bunch of break points. Now they get the break 4-2 love. Yeah, I guess, I assume it helps with the rhythm.
Yeah, it gets you in the rhythm. It's especially when you haven't played a lot of singles matches, you're looking for some confidence. It's a great way to build confidence. It translates well to singles. Particularly for me, I always felt that I played better singles when I was playing more doubles. It always became a decision of managing my body as to whether or not to play doubles. If I felt healthy enough, I would play doubles most weeks. You know, if the body can tolerate it. I just think it's a fun way to get out there. And, you know, at the end of the day, we got into tennis because we loved it, right? That's why we kept playing through the juniors. Once you got to the pros, it did become more of a business, and that has an effect of taking some of the joy out of it from time to time. But why not play more tennis at a tennis tournament? As Brad Stein once told me, who's has worked with Ethan Quinn up in Fresno, actually, and current coach of Tommy Paul. That was a quote from him that stood out to me a lot as to why, being a proponent of playing doubles.
Absolutely, and certainly for Quinn, first round exits for him in singles in each of the past 2 weeks to get those doubles matches under his belt, make these experiences worthwhile. Yeah, you're at these events here in LA, might as well play some tennis. We see 15-30, 18-year-old Daniel Vallejo serving. So let me ask you, because I'm sure, have you swept a singles and doubles event at the same tournament?
I have.
Oh, I should know. This is a good trivia question for me. What event was it? Futures, I'm going to say 2011.
I've done it at 2 challengers.
Really?
That I can remember. Recently, within the last 4 years.
Okay, I like that. As we see again, Asaba Bangura trying to close off that net. Asaba will take anything on the rise as he looks to move forward, but 40-30 opportunity here. 2 game points for Vallejo on serve. Was one of them in Maui?
No.
Not in Maui.
I
give up. I give up. Who is it? Give me the tournaments.
I'll give you. All right. I'll either give you the partner or the tournament.
No, give me the tournament. I want to guess the partner for sure.
Gatineau 2018 and Winnetka 2019.
Okay. Gatineau 18. I'm going into 2018 mind frame. Who would you have been playing with? Maybe with DK? No, Kudla is not your first choice as a doubles partner ever.
I played with him a lot.
Thus, again, didn't see
I wouldn't say that I've had consistent partners.
Not since Thatcher. He ruined you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Venus in 2013.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Who would it have been with? 18. Did you play with EK? Evan King?
No.
College guy?
Did go to college.
Might have been with Krajcek. Honest to God. Wow. That's like, I'm trying to think. These are the guys, your generation, right? Would have been your age.
No.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay. If it's in Winnetka, was it an Illinois guy? Brad Dancer comes to you and says, hey, you want to play? Here's a guy. I'm better than this. As we see 3 Love, Bangura, Saba looking to get on the scoreboard. Haven't had a game point chance since their opening break points in game number 1. There's no way you played with Noah Rubin. You guys can't see my face here. We're watching the tennis. Obviously, I am searching all the crevices of my brain.
I'll give you a hint. Winnetka was with a former UVA.
Yeah.
NCAA team champion.
Okay. Was it with Ty?
Nope.
Okay.
We played Ty in the finals.
JC. Oh, were you with JC?
I played with JC.
Against Ty. You know what? I popped by that challenger for a hot second. That's hilarious. Now that you say it, I do remember the teammates going head to head. You and JC are in the victory in the final.
Mm-hmm.
Straight sets?
Great sets.
Yeah, and you win the Winnetka. Who'd you be in the singles final?
Kubler.
Yeah, that's a good win, by the way. And then Gatineau. Schnur? Play with a Canadian in Canada?
Now, Schnur's most recent doubles partner.
Tough. Also a college guy?
College guy. Played in the South.
Okay. Who's he playing with?
Played at college in South Carolina.
But that doesn't mean he played at
Wait,
South Carolina.
No, actually, I don't. Was it South Carolina?
You play at Clemson? Maiden?
Now I'm blanking on where this college is. That does not look good to me.
No, it's fine. Been there. As we see again, 1530.
That is in South Carolina.
You play at Charleston?
Nope.
Clemson?
Nope.
There are other schools in South Carolina? Yeah. What's the other? High Point? Man. It's going to bother me. As we look here, by the way, 1540, 3 more break point chances. It's been a little sloppy here for Bangura and Asaba overall. Another half volley goes awry. So 4 love here for the 18-year-olds. Oh, Furman. Super producer Danny Westhoff. That's another school, but it's not that one. Man, I give up.
Yes.
I'm going to be disappointed. It's got to be, man, who played in South? I mean, again, somewhere Alex Lawson is laughing at me. He's like, yeah, he's like, you should know this. Parsa would know this. So I have to know it. Again, no. I'm not cheating.
It was the second of 2 or a back-to-back doubles titles in Gatineau for me.
It's impressive.
The first one was with Jackson Withrow.
Yeah, huh. That would have been a great. I should have thought of that, guys. Hunter, it's not Hunter Reese because he's not playing with Schnur, but he's another guy in that mix. Jeff Etterbeek. Not Etterbeek, Efferding.
Oh.
Yeah, Jeremy Efferding, by the way. Man, still on the pros, still out there.
Mm-hmm. This is good. This got you.
Oh, Galloway?
Galloway.
Oh, shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff, who helped me. I had no idea Wofford was in South Carolina. If you'd have said Wofford, I'd have gotten Galloway right away. That's my bad, Robert. Yeah. Oh, that's my guy. Love Robert Galloway. As we see here, 30-15. And again, in that spirit of trivia, Westoff, can we get another trivia question? For those of you looking that opportunity, a free 30-minute virtual tutorial on your game from Grand Slam winning coach Paul Annacone. Here's a layup for all of you. This former UCLA standout reached the 2021 Australian Open Women's Singles Final. In the spirit of SoCal, again, this former UCLA standout, 2021 Australian Open Women's Singles Finalist. Man, Quinn and Vallejo are cruising. 5-love lead here in set number 1. I don't even think Bangura and Asaba are playing poorly. They're just not really doing much right now, BK.
Yeah, you saw those early looks for them. First game didn't capitalize. And it's amazing how quickly momentum can shift, especially in doubles with this shorter format. Just the pace of play, the way the serve return, knocking off volleys, it moves so quickly in doubles. And Vallejo and Quinn doing an excellent job staying consistent, staying solid, and with some timely serving there, racing out to a 5-0 lead.
I'm still just crushed. Can't believe it took me that long to think of Robert Galloway. One of my guys who will not be competing next week on the SoCal Pro Circuit, but perhaps you'll get the chance to see Bangura, Asaba, Quinn, Vallejo. Of course, we've still got singles finalists alive in Mckenna Jones. Of course, she's going to take on Yai Young, who's going to play in our women's doubles final coming up momentarily, and our men's singles final tomorrow. Sekou Bangura, 3-set winner today. He's going to take on the Spider-Man. Zachary Svida looking to make it back-to-back titles for him in back-to-back weeks. For now, Sekou Bangura serving on the near side of your screen. Love 5 for the top seeds here. Just long on the return of serve. Are you team I formation when it comes to doubles?
I think it's a great way to mix up the pace, right? You need to give the returners different looks, especially Vallejo and Quinn having broken twice, getting out to this early lead. Very decisive. You need to give them a little bit of, a different target. It's helpful. The net guy in the I formation is able to draw the ball to him a little easier. That said, I've never loved it on second serves. I've always played, I think I'm sure the doubles specialist would probably argue otherwise, but I think also just need to improve the second serve. As we saw there, Bangura offered up a weak second offering, and Saba was a little bit of a sitting duck there at the net. Quinn taking a full crack at that forehand.
It's a throwaway comment for our Cracked Racquets fans here on the broadcast. Go to YouTube, look up 2008 University of Virginia National Indoor Championships, and tell me 2008 Tret Huey doesn't have the fastest hands in tennis history. Guy's just a monster at the net. But to your point about the second serve, it's just that return, it jams you so quickly, right? And that's where life gets a little harder.
Yeah, and obviously as you see the top guys playing it more and more as the hand skills develop, it's still a good way to draw that ball to you. Like you said, you got to give the returner a different look. You can't let them get grooved in on one particular sight line.
That right there, the hardest shot in tennis to execute. Ethan Quinn, high backhand volley, pancake down with ease. 6-love, 6:09 p.m. on the Eastern time. Not too late for a bagel. That's exactly what we get from our friends Vallejo and Quinn, looking to make it consecutive titles in consecutive weeks. 6-love first set, BK. If nothing else, 20 minutes. Welcome to Pro Doubles.
Not much else you can say from that performance by Vallejo and Quinn. Bangura and Asaba tried different looks. They gave them the I formation. Made no difference. Vallejo and Quinn definitely feeling grooved on that return.
Of course, as we see again, this SoCal Pro Circuit, a byproduct of the commitment of so many. We talked about it earlier on our broadcast, but of course, these USTA ITF events, essential for those players looking to build themselves, give themselves a chance to compete someday at a Wimbledon. Of course, a massive thank you to the Klieg family, Crable family, for their continued support. Again, these tournaments cost money. I know it sounds stupid, but you got to find that money somewhere. And it takes the commitment of families who are willing to invest in the grassroots of tennis, like the Kliegs, like the Crables. So massive thank you to them. Slow motion high backhand volley from Sekou Bangura for love 15. What's the mindset here for the top seeds? Just a complete reset?
Yeah, I think the beauty of doubles, it's such a fast format. Things can change quickly. You just need to get one set. That's all you're really telling yourself now is you need one set and then it's a 10-point tiebreaker. It's a race to the finish. They got up that early start. They had three break points in the first game. We see here again, they're up love 30. They need something to just turn the momentum slightly. Give Vallejo and Quinn a little doubt in their mind.
So now all of a sudden, talk about that doubt. 4 break points. Now look, they're going to have to find ways to protect their serve. That's the second half of this equation. Let's get on the board here. If you're the top seeds, make this a match.
It's hard to win a set 6-0 and then continue to back up that momentum. If you win a set 6-0, you have to expect that your opponents are going to come out with a little bit more of a chip on the shoulder.
And there it is. Bangura, Asaba. New match, folks. 1-love they break. 2 open set number 2. For the record, still waiting on our women's doubles final to get started. I believe we have movement on our doubles final, but court 2 camera down for the moment. We'll work to get that back up as soon as we can. That women's doubles final. Again, going to try and show as much coverage as we can. Yai Young still alive in singles, still alive in the doubles as well. She and her partner are going to take on the 2 seeds. I don't believe that match is on court quite yet. Here, and for those of you who watched the singles portion of the match, you may have heard some of this commentary. Of course, it's Asaba currently serving on the far side of your screen. That's just fun stuff. But I do wonder the kick serve for Sekou Bangura. I mean, he's got 21 doubles titles in his career at the ITF level. But that kick serve, Vallejo and Quinn have just been all over.
Yeah, he needs to improve the pace, or especially here. You know, you can get away with it if you recognize that your opponents aren't attacking it. But the moment you see that you're being put on the defense, your partner is struggling up at the net or just basically a target to hit at, you need to bring the pace a little bit more and make those adjustments to get on the offense.
Love that serve there from Asaba, big into the body.
Such a great play in doubles.
The body serve.
Yeah, I really like the body serve. I think it's a great play and an underutilized play in singles as well, but especially in doubles, you get guys crashing the returns more, looking to be super aggressive. Again, you see that body serve. You see how far in the court Quinn is, right? He's on the baseline, even a little bit inside. If you get it in his strike zone a little bit, he's just using his momentum and timing it. But when you slide that into the body, he's forced to shift one way or the other, not get a great hit on it. And that's where Bangura up at the net is able to clean up the trash, as we like to call it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And again, 2-0 here. Bangura and Asaba, first hold of the match. You know, you're a lefty, which presents its own kind of challenges, although I'll say I have two brothers who are both lefties. As a righty, it was always great practice for me. But that, you know, you talk about that body serve. What makes it so effective? What is it about that play that you enjoy?
I particularly like putting it on the righty's right hip.
So that forehand tip for the righty.
Forehand. It's just an awkward, especially with the way it slides into the forehand. Generally, people shift that way, right? You're looking to cover the forehand. You see it coming, especially for a lefty and a righty. You're trying to get out of the way of the forehand, but that thing is continuing to tail. So as you move left, it's going left, and it's almost hugging the body as you're moving. Very difficult to get a lot of pace on it. Then becomes just having to almost guide it, which you can get away with a little bit more in singles if you're able to redirect. Harder in doubles without much pace and a net guy up there to clean up the scraps, get right on top of the net. That makes it a much more effective serve in doubles.
Boy, Ethan Quinn's just putting the ball on a string right now. Inside in backhand. Little flick from him. Finds the cross-court angle as well. Again, Ethan Quinn, one of the top juniors in the world, still redshirted his freshman year at Georgia. It has paid dividends. The results we've seen for him here on the SoCal Pro Circuit. And Quinn, a guy who will have the chance, I believe, to play Kalamazoo in a month from now. All that Pro Tour experience, being around the college guys to go back to the junior level. One imagines it will help. By the way, shout out to Sebastian Gersney and future Georgia Bulldog Ethan Quinn's teammate Alex Mickelson captured the Wimbledon boys doubles title today. A couple of Americans. Gersney going to go to TCU. Mickelson again, Georgia.
TCU having a good showing at Wimbledon.
Not too shabby, right?
Cam Norrie, the flag bearer for the Horned Frogs, over on the grass.
No doubt somewhere David Roditi is celebrating. Wow. A little long, a little cute from Quinn and Vallejo. So just as quickly as they built a 3-love lead in set number 1, they find themselves facing the barrel of a 3-love deficit in set number 2. It's a frustrated Ethan Quinn. Things have quickly flipped here in our men's doubles final. 3-love double break lead for Bangura and Asaba. Yeah, it's a head scratcher. No doubt about that.
We've definitely seen the momentum swings on full display in doubles here, just so even more so than in singles, where the points take a little bit longer to develop.
Absolutely.
So quickly.
And now with that in mind, we move over, able to finally introduce our women's doubles final. Players now out on court. See again, battle between our top 2 seeds. Top seed Ya Yang. 23-year-old Hin Abdullah Hyde. Top seeds advance to this final via a walkover. Actually, they've gotten 2 walkovers on their way to the finals, have the top seeds. Taking on Snow Han. Having Kim. That matchup still in its warm-up stage. So, of course, as soon as it gets underway, get that for all of you. For now, we watch Bangura and Asaba. May be done with this set before that warm-up is complete. I mean, come on now. That's how you snap off an overhead, folks.
That is some angle. Hit that short in the box. Like he's aiming for the window over there in the corner.
All right, 3-love, 30-love. Might as well go for something big. Just looking for that slice body into the net for 30-15. I will say I do love the pace of the no-ad doubles. Point to point to point to point. It just happens so quickly.
Put such a premium on these early points in service games. No lead is safe.
I love the creativity, the improvisation, and yeah, to your point, the parody.
Yeah, we saw last game, Ethan Quinn was serving 40-love at 0-2. Throws in a double, I believe, and every point just is a little bit more sacred.
That's why you always have your hands out in front, folks. Ethan Quinn's racket just happened to be in the right spot. And by the way, another example of the difficulties of that high backhand volley. Bangura unable to put that ball away. So now break point chances here for Quinn and Vallejo. Head on over to our women's final. Unfortunately, wait for that camera to refresh. Near side of your screen, Snow Han. Rising redshirt sophomore for the USC Trojans, serving first. Years old. South Korea. First time these two have played together. Resulted in 3 victories. 2 for 3 in straight sets this week. Good poach.
Great read there.
Stop 4:30:15. A little conference here. Survival in the truest sense of the word. 15 game point chances here. Of course, you look for Snowhan, first doubles final for her of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. She won the title back in San Diego, week number 2. Who did she knock out in a 3-set final in singles? Her opponent today, turning on the far side of your court, Ya Yang. Nice little sneaker up the line from Yang. That firepower going to be as effective certainly here, right, BK?
Yeah, we saw that in the singles earlier. Just her effortless power, ability to get on that front foot. And the second serve, Han's going to have to bring it with a little bit more variety there, or else Young's going to be able to start grooving that forehand.
Of course, yours previous Snowhan matches will know she dealt with a major shoulder injury. Of course, these past couple of years, as such, that service motion still a work in progress. Good hands from Kim at the net, though. The stick, the volley, draw the error on the board. 1-love for the number 2 seeds. We'll go back to our men's final now. Again, Bangura, Asaba, your top seeds, dropped a 6-love first set to last week's champions, Vallejo and Quinn. Bangura and Asaba race down to a 4-love lead. 4-1-15 all here. I think we can see Bangura Saba continuing to press forward. They seem to have found a bit more rhythm. If you're the youngsters, Quinn, Vallejo, what's the focus right now?
Yeah, if you're Vallejo and Quinn, you're just trying to regain some of that momentum that you established in that first set. You had such a good start. You have to expect that Bangura and Asaba were going to raise their game after that bagel in the first set, and anything can happen in doubles. Look, Bangura and Asaba have a 2-break lead, a point away from 5-1. But if we're looking ahead for Vallejo and Quinn, you're just trying to find the game again, find that energy and aggression going into a potential 10-point tiebreaker, which is really a sprint for that final set in the championship.
Do you like the 10-point breaker?
I do. I think it's a sprint, right? It's it's long, obviously longer than the 7-point breaker. There's more swings in it, adds for a little bit more drama. But for a third set in doubles, I think it's wildly effective. I think it's very helpful to bring in some more of the singles guys to encourage them to play doubles, knowing that the matches aren't going to be quite as long. It's less taxing on the body. Certainly when you're faced with another 2 out of 3 set match, you played a long 3-setter in singles. Might not, it'd be harder to get up for it, but it's like we talked about earlier, just the importance of playing doubles for the singles game. I think the format is has proved to be very effective in getting some more singles players to play.
No doubt about that. I do like, again, that sprint, as you mentioned, kind of epitomizes everything that is doubles. I'm also a fan. Ooh. I'm a fan of that.
Nice little pass from Quinn there with the forehand up the line. Had a small opening, but no doubt confident on the forehand side. And when you're feeling confident, even those small little alleys look quite large.
Oh, come on. And when I watch, and I say this carefully, cautiously, Mike Cation somewhere is like, shut up, Alex. Shut up right now. I know what he's like. I know what's coming next. I see a little Jack Sock in Ethan Quinn. Just one of those rubber shoulders where, I mean, I like the Quinn backhand a little bit more. Obviously, doesn't quite have the Jack Sock power or butt. I mean, now we're just playing, folks. This is when the fun begins. But it's just how in speed everything is for Quinn. He's not overwhelmed by anything you're doing. He's just like, all right, it's my turn to rip. I'm going to do it now. And how casual. There's a casualness. That's really the sock-esque nature. It's just how casual he makes it all look.
Yeah, he owns that shot. He's comfortable with it from all areas of the court. And when you're confident, you have a calmness about you in that upper body, and you allow the arm to just do what it's supposed to do.
So, Vallejo Quinn hold. 2-5, going to force Bangura Saba to have to serve it out. Of course, it's one of two doubles finals going on right now. Here on the near side of your screen. Xia Yang on the deuce, excuse me. Wahid on the ad. Such as a heck of a volley from Snowhan. And honestly, I thought that ball landed long because if you looked at the body language of Abdul Wahid, she thought that ball landed long as well. Still good reaction from Snowhan to split the middle. 3 more game point chances. All right, we stay on serve. 2-1 here early. 2 seeds leading the number 1 seed. Meanwhile, this was a layup. The former UCLA standout to reach the Australian Open women's singles final last season. BK, you got that answer for me?
No. Jenny Brady.
Yes, Jennifer Brady, of course. Succeeded by Danielle Collins in the University of Virginia the next year. College players on the rise everywhere. With that said, we've got another trivia question for you here as Bangura Saba try to force a third set. Only one men's or women's player has ever won 6 consecutive women's singles titles. Tweet at us at Crack Racquets, at Alex Gruskin, at Bradley Klon for a shot to win. Free 30-minute virtual lesson from Paul Annacone. All you got to do is tweet at us with the answer. One men's or women's player has ever won 6 consecutive Wimbledon singles titles. Name that player. You got it yet, BK?
No. Let's see.
Let you do some brainstorming here. He sent me his first guess. Incorrect. Incorrect. The player you guessed won 5 in a row, not 6. Saba doesn't love the call, nor does Bangura. Give a long look at that line as we alluded to earlier, and BK has guessed it correctly. He's messaged me the proper answer, so he's got it. For our trivia question, remains undefeated. As we look again, break point chance here. Now, this is the luxury of that double break. Would still have a second opportunity to serve for it, but the serving struggles continue for this duo of Bangura and Asaba. I mean, this second set has been far more competitive than the first.
Credit to Vallejo and Quinn for staying competitive in this set. They got down that early double break lead. Managed behind some big Ethan Quinn forehands to get one of them back. And we've seen the momentum swings in doubles. This set is far from over.
One break of serve here, a blink there. 3-5 now for Quinn and Vallejo. Let's go split screen. Haven't had the chance to do that in a while. We show off both of our doubles finals. I bring you to that split screen. We've got break point chances here. Snowhan returning. Right side of your screen. Meanwhile, that forehand volley from Sekou Bangura. A little extra oomph. No hand up, no apology necessary. It's just the name of the game. Let me ask you this, BK, because everyone knows, and it's the typical talking point, oh, the hand wave, it's insincere. But let me ask you the flip side of that equation. Has there ever been a time you've been hit on a tennis court, pegged by a ball, where you were actually upset that the opponent did it, that you thought it was intentional and unnecessary? To where, like, you were like, you better apologize, because, like, that was BS.
Nothing comes to mind.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of genuine, like, like, I think of, like, when Almagro and Burdich, right? Or whatever that incident was where he got hit and Burdich didn't shake, or was like, I'm not shaking your hand or whatever after the match. That's, like, the one incident I can think of. Or Stepanik and Edwin. Yeah.
I was trying to think of there was a World Team Tennis match years ago with Pays, McEnroe, Robert Kendrick.
SBC, by the way, set point for the men's. We'll go full screen there.
And I'm forgetting the fourth. But it was juicy enough to make ESPN.
Okay, good.
And I think it was somebody got hit off a serve.
Ooh.
That was fully intentional.
That's always a bold play. Also bold, obviously. Hand over the break when you're serving for the set. Get the break back. Very next game, 6-3 top seeds Asaba Bangura. We're going to a third set breaker, and we'll go full screen and stick with that third set breaker from start to finish. So whenever they start, super producer Daniel Westhoff, just take us there. We'll then have our women's doubles final for you the rest of the way. Yeah, you can put it, it's on one hand. And with that in mind, you know, I show the Wimbledon 6 consecutive singles titles. Djokovic could become the 4th man ever to earn 4 consecutive Wimbledon titles with a victory tomorrow. Your thoughts on what should be a volatile, well, I don't know if you've seen the Twitter exchanges between them today where they're saying, hey, loser buys dinner or winner buys dinner, and let's go out afterwards and let's have fun. A friendship buddy-buddy seems to have emerged between Djokovic and Kyrgios. Now, that'll end.
Yeah, awfully friendly between the two of them. It hasn't always been that case. You saw Kyrgios coming to Djokovic's defense earlier this year in Australia when Novak was going through the legal issues getting into Australia, but nice to see some playful banter before a big moment for both of them.
Absolutely. And we'll get into that momentarily. Third set breaker got started even quicker than I expected. Already an early disliked call. That'll happen. Again, if you're Abraham Asaba, currently looking for a second pro title of his career, second this season with Bangura. First week, SoCal Pro Circuit. He and his partner lost a 21-19 third set breaker in the final. But the mini break is handed right back. This time he's with Bangura.
Yeah, that'll certainly
very much.
That'll leave a poor taste in your mouth, losing a breaker that tight, but there's no better medicine than getting right back to it and putting yourself in another final. And has a little help from his partner Bangura there to get them back on serve in this tiebreak. A great aggressive return from Bangura. You saw how efficient he was moving in and just using those quick hands.
Good second serve.
Love that serve from Quinn, right into the body on the backhand side. You can see Asaba just really trying to crash that return, take it early.
Yeah.
The best defense against an early returner, a hard slider right into the body.
So 2-1 now, back on serve here. And this breaker played to 10, win by 2. Switch sides every 6. Oh, risky call from Asaba there. You let your partner just smash that one, or if you know, you know?
That's a 50. That's a judgment call. You have to. That's where team chemistry and knowing your partner really comes into handy. Just having that trust in each other.
That's nice. That's just really nice.
I love that exchange. All 3 volleys from Asaba. Fending off the first one, just playing that smart, deep, pushing Vallejo back. Uses the middle of the court nicely short, forcing him to come up. And then as he retreats, again, that high forehand angle off the court.
Good defense of the family jewels as well on that first one. It's a little scoop. A human cup there was the racket. Oh, man. I mean, come on now. Vallejo with a little magic there from Daniel Vallejo.
You know your opponents are closing the net tight when you flip that lob a few feet past the service line, and it is a clean winner.
It's the worst feeling in the world as a net player when you're like, God, you caught me. You got me. Well done.
Yeah, caught on the balls of your feet, moving, caught leaning.
So 3-all as we make the turn again. Play to 10, win by 2. Winner of this breaker will be your Fountain Valley Open men's doubles champions. Asaba returning on the near side of your screen. Vallejo serving on the far side. It's tough. Now again, Vallejo and Quinn have had plenty of opportunities as returners. The mini break lead now for the top seeds.
We've seen plenty of breaks of serve throughout the first 2 sets, so both of these teams have to feel confident returning, but never want to give a freebie. Has
in?
Caught.
Wow. Well, okay. That's, again, if I'm Daniel Vallejo, fries are on me tonight. It's a nice forehand. But, of course, still plenty of time left in this one. I'll say, just impressed by how smooth Vallejo seems to be
Oh, and another gift.
All right. 5-4 mini break lead now. Vallejo and Quinn. How quickly things can change. These 10-point breakers sprints to the finish line.
Three double faults in the last 4 points.
It's just that time of the match.
The pressure starting to mount. You can see the tension in the guy's arms, just not following through with that racket. The racket at speed starting to dip a little bit.
All right. Been able to protect the serve, at least there, 6-5. And fourth continues. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. Final 2 matches here. Fountain Valley Open. Should say our final 2 matches of the day. As our coverage continues tomorrow. Have our singles finals. Have that for you here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Starting time to be determined. It'll either be 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully. I don't know. What time's the Djokovic start match tomorrow? Djokovic Kyrgios starts what, like 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. Eastern.
All right. So if it's 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, let's start at 2. Let's go 5 hours in the Wimbledon men's final and then just roll from that straight into this.
You know, this is going to sound crazy, but I might have to get a dual screen point for Wimbledon final and Formula One Austrian Grand Prix.
Djokovic Kyrgios doesn't get, which one gets the main screen? That's the question.
I don't think you want to know my answer.
It's fair. All right. Nice serve there from Daniel Vallejo. Good reaction from Quinn. 7-all now. Again, if you're Abraham Asaba, you're just like, are we doing this again? Nice serve.
He had the, you know, I thought Vallejo got away with one there. Asaba was sitting all over that forehand.
Part of the net, just unable, unfortunately, is Asaba to get that return in play. So now 8-7. Vallejo and Quinn, 18 years old. Can you add up their ages? They're 6 years older than Sekou Bangura. Screen froze here momentarily. Do apologize for that. 8-all, as you can see on the scoreboard. So they landed that volley. Quinn, back-to-back titles. I venture to ask, who was the last set of 18-year-olds to capture back-to-back futures titles? Certainly in doubles. Certainly it's happened. But those of you out there tuning in, let us know. If you need to pop over to our women's doubles screen. Oh, okay, we see the camera back here. Just in time for a match point. And it's going to be Ethan Quinn. 18-year-old American. He and Daniel Vallejo. 18-year-old out of Paraguay. Opportunities to go back-to-back. First 2 doubles titles for each of these players. And they do it. Quinn, Vallejo, 6-love, 3-6, 10-8. Back-to-back, BK. Never an easy thing to do.
Just an impressive performance. As you mentioned, back-to-back titles is so difficult at any level. For them to respond after that first set where they raced out to a 6-love win in 20 minutes, they got down that early double break 4-0 in the second, but they slowly chipped away. And even just getting one of those breaks back, I know they lost their serve to lose the second 6-3, but you could feel the momentum starting to shift back toward them, finding their game again. A little bit sloppy there in the middle from both teams. We saw those double faults, but Vallejo and Quinn just steadied the ship, and that confidence from last week's win paid off there in the end.
So now we move over to our women's doubles final. Abdulahid Young, top seeds taking on Kim and Han. 4-3 lead for the top seeds, but both 4 break point chances here. It's Kim returning. Abdulahid serving on the far side. Nice pinch by Snowhan to just apply that extra pressure. The break has gotten back 4-4 all. So let me ask you this, because we know college tennis teammates were all competitive. Alex Mickelson, who Ethan Quinn will be his future teammate at Georgia starting the 2024 season. He today captured a junior Wimbledon title. Ethan Quinn, back-to-back futures doubles titles. Which would you rather have, BK? The Junior Wimbledon boys doubles titles or the back-to-back futures titles?
Junior Wimbledon.
Right? I think that's the easy pick here. That Wimbledon trophy, that photo lasts forever.
Yeah, it's Wimbledon. I don't care, juniors, pros. It's Wimbledon. It's, a future, and don't get me wrong, a futures title is still, it's a big
exceptional moment.
Yeah, it feels great for you, and winning back-to-back it's so difficult to win one week, let alone back-to-back weeks. It just goes to show you how well Vallejo and Quinn are gelling as a team. But I mean, come on.
Yeah, winning something at Wimbledon.
Yeah, you're in the history books at Wimbledon.
That's very, very fair.
Not many people get to say that.
I was gonna say, give this SoCal Pro Circuit 25 years, and then the comp will be fair.
Wimbledon, get an invite to the Wimbledon Ball.
Let me just say this: the SoCal Pro Circuit Ball not out of play yet. It's not out of play. Again, like, we got to do something to honor all the wins Yai Yang has accumulated. So we'll do some sort of ball for her. By the way, speaking of Wimbledon success, only one men's or women's player has ever won Wimbledon 6 consecutive times in singles. That player, you want to guess it, BK? I know you know it now.
Martina Navratilova.
Martina winning it 6 years in a row, I believe, 78 to 83.
Was that all singles?
All singles titles for her consecutively. Also won the doubles a handful of times during that stretch. The lefty just exceptional, obviously. Her serving volley game so perfectly on those grass courts. Nice return there from Young. You talk about that second serve I formation. That's there in a nutshell, right? I mean, that 100-mile-per-hour forehand coming at you while you're trying to leap up, not much you can do.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a great return placement from Young. Just picking that big target right up the middle. You got a lot of room for air there. It helps when your opponent's standing right there as well to give you that target. Tough to get out of the way.
Oh, yes.
Hands.
Kim with the magic. Love that. Love that. You see the giggles. How can you not? volley drop good? It does. Good stretch from Kim. It's been so solid up at the net. Game point chances here for Kim Han to take a 5-4 lead. We go to the deuce point. Of course, that deuce point, a deciding point in no ad scoring, decided by the returners. Yang electing to take the return here. I formation set. Let's see what Snowhan can come up with. Just so much pace.
I love that play from Yang. Just took the wide lines out of play. Big right through the middle, forcing her opponents to make a decision on whose ball it is. And let's see, just continue to press the issue. And again, that power.
Yeah. And so, again, momentum seemingly escaped, now back in the hands of the top seeds. Meanwhile, the look ahead. Of course, we've got week 6 of the SoCal Pro Circuit coming up from Lakewood next week. It's going to be our final week of the action. As we look again, it's been so fun here. 6 events in 7 weeks. Men's, women's, singles, doubles action. That nexus. College players, pro players, junior players. A little bit of everything here on the SoCal Pro Circuit. And, of course, tomorrow still have our singles finals to go. Sekou Bangura may have lost in the doubles final, but he'll get another shot at a title tomorrow as he takes on last week's champion, Zach Svida. Of course, on the women's side, we're going to get to see Ya Young for the doubles title here. We'll take on Mckenna Jones in our women's singles final. Of course, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. 5-4, Ya Young serving on the near side of your screen. Love now. We've talked all day long about the power tennis Ya Young is capable of producing. Her 29, now 30-6 record in singles this season. Also an impressive 12-4 now in doubles, including a final last week, as well as a title 2 weeks ago during the SoCal Pro Circuit. This is her 3rd final in 5 events. In the doubles as well. Just, again, she is your player of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit thus far. Think about that. She's played 10 total events, BK Young has. She's made 2 singles finals, now 3 doubles finals. Has a shot at a 2nd doubles title here today. It's a pretty nice 6-week run.
You're gonna need another suitcase to
It's exactly. She's like, which trophy do I pick? San Diego or Rancho Santa Fe? It's tough. I only got room for one.
You think about all the extra baggage fees too. That's a hard decision.
The shirts.
Good problem to have.
Exactly. Although here,
where to put all the hardware on the mantle at home.
absolutely 18 years old still. He's a talented player. Serving on the near side of your screen, though. 30 love has become 30-40. And again, that's the script. Singles, doubles, it doesn't matter. It all happens fast with Young here. Yeah, forehand errors pile up, and now 5-4 becomes 5-all. That was a missile, by the way, at the net. Just full speed there from Young on that forehand. Question here. We saw some holds early, but breaks piling up now. The end of this first set. What can either team do here to solidify themselves behind the serve? Is it a different formation, more movement? Like that. One more breakpoint chances for the top seeds here. Again, in doubles, getting to the net, being the aggressor, so critical. Just all of these players so comfortable on the return of serve right now. The returning team so clearly the aggressor. That's a nice little sneak. You're not getting passed down the line, you're not playing doubles right. So I don't hate the move. But obviously, hand that break right back to Kim and Han. The top seeds will serve 6-5 lead here in set number 1. Meanwhile, now the perfect opportunity again to thank our sponsors, whether it be the ITF, USTA, of course, Wilson. I feel like everyone plays with a Wilson at some point of their career. Whether it was the early days, the N codes, the K factors, the blades of the world, whatever they're using now, the zebra racket, all those different frames, strings, clothing, shoes, you name it, Wilson's got it. Shout out to them for their continued support here, buying into this SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, the Bryan Brothers, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, just two of the behind-the-scenes groups helping to make these events possible, facilitating with the various facilities, volunteers. Again, it takes so many people to make these possible, whether it be Chris Boyer, the entire USTA SoCal team. That's what this was, BK, right? Just a team effort through and through.
Yeah, totally. It's been a complete team effort, just from the fundraising to getting people to buy into this idea that the U.S. and Southern California need more pro events. We need to provide more opportunities for our young players who are trying to establish themselves, gain the experience on the pro tour, just see what it's like, continue to develop their games, to be able to play 6 straight weeks, all within the nice confines of Southern California, being able to travel a short distance away, everything's within 2 hours. It makes such a difference just to give these players a little bit of comfortability. You know, all the wild cards going to Southern California players, just to showcase them and to give themselves the chance to work their way up.
If you leave Los Cab at 11 a.m. on a Sunday, how long would it take you to get to the University of San Diego as we go back to our doubles final?
I would want probably an hour and 15.
Okay. So that is, I mean, again, that's where our events are, folks.
Look, that was my childhood, waking up at 5 in the morning and driving up to Los Cab for 8 a.m. matches.
Sounds delightful. As we see 7-5 first set taken by the top seeds. Now, talk to me, again, for these Southern California players and for you growing up in that area. I mean, was the LA Open still a thing back in that day?
It was. The LA Open was last played in 2012.
Okay.
My first year on tour, my first summer on tour was actually the last year. And played it in 10, 11, and 12. And just, I mean, it was a great event. It's so nice to have a pro event. You see, you have Indian Wells in the desert, and having a Masters event is huge, but having more ATP events in California as well. Used to have San Jose up until 2013. That went away. Grew up playing that when I was in college and my first year on tour. And you've just seen some of these opportunities for Americans slip away. Those tournaments got sold. I believe the LA Open was sold to Bogota, which then went to Los Cabos. The San Jose week went down to Brazil. I think it went to Sao Paulo. So you started seeing this outflow of tournaments from the States, and it's a real shame. And it's why even at the lower levels, what the SoCal SCTA and the SoCal Pro Circuit Committee, you know, why their goal has been so important.
Right now, Young and Abdulahid just locking in on targets. Coaching freely, moving comfortably at the net. Depth on the return of serve. See 15 also. BK, our latest trivia question. Venus Williams reached 8 Wimbledon singles finals in her career. Again, tweet at us at Cracked Racquet if you know the answer to this question. I think it's an easy one. She was 5-3 in those Wimbledon singles finals. Lost all 3 of the finals to the same player. Can you name that player? The answer is yes. He mouthed it to me very, very simply. He can name it. Do you remember those matches, I should ask? Because I feel like those were some of the definitive matches of the aughts.
I don't remember them that well.
Yeah. Again, shows you what I've been up to. I remember I was at summer camp, and my dad sent me. I mean, first of all, this is what you know what? I'm not that old. I'm 26. Like, I'm not like, this is what we did back in the day. But back in the day, your parents, if you went to summer camp, would send you, like, newspaper clippings. Because it's not like, hey, let me just pop up my iPhone to see what's up right now. Like, that wasn't a thing. We didn't have phones back then. And so they'd be like, hey, here's what's happened in the news via the newspaper. And I remember I had the big, headline of Serena beats Venus. And they sent me, like, the little photo of it or whatever just so I'd have the update. And I was like, oh, okay, that's good to know. I was like, I didn't watch it, but good to know. Like, okay, Venus won.
Simple times.
Yeah, so simple.
Simple times.
Back when you'd be in a non-AC cabin and be like, yeah, this is normal. Like, yeah, people still live without AC.
Go to London in the summer.
It's brutal, right?
Not many places have AC. Hotels are in high demand.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like it just missed.
Certainly, again, the explosion off the Yang ball. You're like, did that skid? Did she miss it? Sometimes tough to see here. 40-30. And Snowhan get herself out of a jam. love for the number 2 seeds as we get into our second set. And this question's been up there for a while, so hopefully those of you who have tweeted this in. The answer's at Serena Williams. Serena handing Venus her 3 defeats. All in that, again, aughts, 2000s range. I can only imagine what it would be like to play their sibling in a Grand Slam final. I would destroy my older brother. I think I'd destroy my younger one, too. Hate to say it. They just don't have the mental toughness I do.
I'm not sure that or playing with your sibling.
That would be way easier for me.
I'm just, yes. And I think that would be much cooler.
Yeah, for sure.
No, both incredibly special. Let's not slight either accomplishment. It would just...
No, both are. I mean, playing your sister or sibling in a final is way more impressive than reaching one with them, because that means you both navigated the draw separately, which is just like mathematically really freaking hard to do. Yeah. You know, again, yes, the ladders. I got to play one high school tournament with my older brother. We still talk about it in our house. Like, it was a big deal.
That's one thing I never got to do with my brother. Play doubles, which I always thought would be fun, but he ended up picking up the golf bug and quite good at it.
College athlete, correct?
He made the right decision. No, didn't play golf in college,
but now dusts you up and down the course.
Yeah, he's talented. I think that he came out after a 6-month break from golf shooting a 69, and I was like, all right, you're just naturally gifted.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So I see the hold 4-1-all here. I tell my little brother all the time, whenever we're watching any lefty with success on tour, I'm like, that could have been you. I'm like, you had the forehand when you were 9. It's like, you just didn't do anything after that. It's like, I could have never done that. We're not the athletes. I'm like, no, you didn't see yourself that early. You had a shot. Oh my, long? No, that couldn't have caught. It did catch.
Oh, wow. A bit of a generous call. Hard, our super eyes from
afar. I don't know. Still nice
Close.
sneak there. There was no space out open, and just again able to.
A great shot, regardless.
His hands from Young. That low volley so difficult to deal with. 4-15 all. Meanwhile, our latest trivia question on the board, including this Wimbledon. Novak Djokovic now has the Open era record, most men's singles finals at the slams in the Open era. Question to all of you. How many has he made? What number is this now record extending final for Wimbledon? How many has he made at the slams?
That's a good question. That's a stumper.
That's a tough one. It's a number. Numbers are always hard.
An emphatic hold from Kim and Han, punctuated with an ace out wide.
Keeping things competitive here in our second set. And 2-1 on serve. Of course, again, we're going to get the chance to see Ya Yang compete tomorrow as well. Can we bring up graphic for the 18-year-old Ya Yang, as I've mentioned? Of course of the day with her win today, a 3-set victory for Young in her semifinal over Malika Rapalou. Look for Young 30-6 overall now on the season in doubles. Reached a final. Also won a separate title in Cairo earlier this year. She came straight from Cairo to this SoCal Pro Circuit, where again, quarterfinal, semifinal, semifinal, final, and now another final for her. Her 5 results in singles. She's also won a doubles title, reached another doubles final, and a 3rd doubles final here today. Currently at the net right now for the top seeds. Abdulahid serving on the far side. You almost wonder, I mean, she'll play next week, right? How do you not play the final event? You're 5 in?
You know, that's a great question. You ride the hot hand, but 5 weeks, that's a lot of tennis. That's a lot to ask of someone, especially with the success she's had in singles and doubles. Just, you have to be smart with the match count, with the body, physically, mentally, the stress, the tension, just getting up for each match, adjusting to each week. We've talked about, minimal travel and how great having all these tournaments so close to one another is, but it's still hard to come off those highs from good runs. Mentioned a couple finals and resetting and getting ready for the next tournament. So certainly we'd love to see her continue this incredible stretch she's been on, but you understand both sides.
So Yang took a 2-week break from May 16th to the start of the SoCal Pro Circuit that first week of June. She's played now. If she plays next week, that would be 6 events in 7 weeks. Had the week interlude that everyone had, but still 6 events in 7 weeks. Plus, she came over from Cairo, 10 days prior. What's the longest trip you've ever gone on in your career? Talk to me about some of the difficulties of navigating it.
Yeah, I think the longest trip I've done, well, I did a stretch of, I believe it was 22 events in something like 24, 25.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. That's crazy.
Let's just, I'm going to preface that by saying I don't recommend that at all. I definitely fatigued down the stretch, and some weeks were not as good as others, to put it mildly. I think probably the craziest stretch I did was in 2013, probably 2014, where I played Brisbane, Auckland, Melbourne, flew back to Maui, played the Challenger in 2014, won that, then got on a plane and went back to Australia for what was supposed to be 2 Challengers, but I actually couldn't get to the first Challenger in time. It was physically impossible without some help from a private jet.
Or something, yeah.
And so had to pull out. I arrived in Australia when all second rounds were being played.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the stretch that got me to my career high. Mm-hmm. And it's, in the moment, it's fun and exciting, and you're on that high. But I would just advise any young aspiring professionals to really watch that balance, and it's important to have a good support team around you to rein you in, because it's very easy to get going on emotion. And I was someone that could certainly play with adrenaline and push through a lot. And it led to some incredible runs, but also to my body breaking down, truthfully, and ended up needing more time off than I would have liked.
No, you look for Young, who played her first match of the season, first week of May 2022. So I mentioned the 30-6 record. all of those matches coming since the start of May. In 2 months, she's played 30-plus matches.
Right.
It's a lot of tennis. You know, it's a match every other day.
Yeah.
It's just a lot to put on the body. I mean, again, it helps be 18, where it's just like an 18, you know, she could probably eat McDonald's every day and it would still be working out at this point. But it's definitely that's why I wanted to ask your opinion, because look, to your point, the stove is hot right now. You know, the mic is hot. Keep playing those tunes. If you're young, you've made 5 finals. At the same time, too hot, the house burns down.
Right. Yeah. It's a fine line, and like you said, she's young. She's 18. She recovers a lot better. You know, I did that stretch when I was 24. I did another stretch, I was 23, and you know, that was the beginning of the year. And to end the year, I did a stretch of 2 weeks in Australia, 1 week in Korea, and 1 week in Japan, where I was playing every day, even with all that travel. And you know, to Jan's point about going deep, I was going deep in events. I made a final, won a title, and a semi, and also one that I was playing doubles 3 out of those 4 weeks too. And you come back and you have a week, 2 weeks off, and then you jump right into preseason and go again. And you get on this hamster wheel that never stops. And what stops you is your body breaks down and you're in pain, and you pay for that later in your career, right? Like it doesn't seem like it in the moment. You're young, you're fresh. It's all raw and exciting, but this is a journey. It's a long career. If you're lucky, you're fortunate enough, you know, lucky is not really the right word, because you do have a lot of control over it, but just being able to take care of your body, being smart with it, recognizing the long view goes a long way.
When we see here, we'll get Young competing in the singles final tomorrow. She's looking for that second SoCal Pro Circuit doubles title here today. Right now, Han and Kim keeping pace. 3-2 keep us on serve here in the second set. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. So excited to be joining all of you today. And it's been now hour number 7 of our coverage here. Started off earlier on the day. Sekou Bangura, 3-set win over Nate Ponwith. Bangura now take on Zach Svida. Svida winner last week. 3-set win today to advance to his 3rd professional final. Any preliminary thoughts on our men's singles final, BK? Svida versus Bangura?
Yeah, Svida has been playing exceptionally confident tennis. Coming off that win last week, was lucky enough to call that match with you against Brandon Holt. And we talked repeatedly about his ability to control the court with that backhand line, and we saw it on display today, especially in those last 2 sets. Bangura is an experienced player on the tour. He's been in a lot of finals, you know, very calm. Has a tendency in his game to go in and out, a little bit like Svida, but has that effortless power. You know, both guys, I would say, more stable on the backhand side. So, you know, initial thoughts: who's able to control the court with their serve +1, and who's able to be more patient in the points and rely on their athleticism instead of bailing out early.
I think Bangura, it's not too dissimilar to Sakaguchi today for Svida. I think there's some similarities in the opponent. 2 guys who are going to do everything pretty well. I think Bangura's got a little more pop, probably, maybe even a little more length, just given his height. But it's not a dissimilar game plan, right, for Svida?
Yeah, I think Bangura has the ability to crack it when he wants to. It almost feels like he plays in second gear for the majority of the time, you know, rolling in the serve, just kind of relying on his athleticism and his movement to just play a little casually, and then when he decides to, he can unleash. So it'll be a little bit trickier for Svida to manage that. You know, with Sakaguchi today, it was it was kind of one speed. So he had a lot of, moved very well, but he didn't have that extra ability to step it up into third, fourth, fifth gear with the pace. So I don't feel a little bit more pressure, but again, I'm looking for him to move in, take the ball early on both sides. When he's moving aggressively, cutting the angles off, well, he's tough to beat.
Going to be a fun one, certainly. Again, it should be 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time here for all of you on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Meanwhile, how about this? Great chances for Kim and Han. One fought off by Yang on serve. Still 3 more to come here. The overhead goes awry. So 4-2 lead for our number 2 seeds. Might we have 2 3-set finishes to end our day? Would be fitting in the competition we've seen across the board. Now again, will that break of serve perhaps be the little kick in the derriere these top seeds need to get their form back together? Certainly has gotten a little slap happy for the top seeds. Oh yeah, she missed it. It's back-to-back misses on the overhead. Good play to just question that overhead, right? It's such a confidence-based shot. If someone misses an overhead, I'm going right back to it.
Throw it up. You don't know how the sun is. Hard for us to get a read on the conditions out there, but regardless, like you said, more air starting to creep into the play of the top-seeded duo.
Forehand returns in this game. And it's still 30-15 instead. So 5-2 lead for the number 2 seeds. All signs pointing to a third set, but of course, as we know, those 5-2 leads can evaporate ever so quickly. And with that said, Alex Gruskin joined by Bradley Klahn here. Let's talk trivia. Again, including that meant our trivia question right now on the board for everyone, including this year's Wimbledon. Novak Djokovic now owns the ATP Tour record for most Grand Slam final appearances. How many has he made? Here's my hint to you, Bradley Klahn. You can tweet at us at Cracked Racquets, at A.O. Gruskin, at Bradley Klahn. My hint to you, he's played 68 total Grand Slams. 68 total Grand Slam main draws in singles. How many finals has he made?
68 total. So he's 120. How many has he lost?
Which, by the way, let's start there. He's won a third of the Grand Slams he's played. If you play 20 slams in your career, you've made money, you have a happy life, you're good to go. He's 120. It's just like, come on now.
I'm going to say he's made 38.
It's a very good guess. It's a little too high. Little too high. You want a second guess?
Yeah, I'll say 30. 34.
32 is the answer. His 32nd slam final, he surpasses Roger Federer most slam finals, ATP Tour history. Djokovic 20-11 in slam finals.
That's a
going
pretty
into
good
this
record.
round.
What's Nadal's record in finals?
Ooh, it's like 22-8. No, that's not right. It's like no, that's about right. Something like that. It's like 22-7 or 22-8.
I guess when you make the French Open final and don't lose, that's
Yeah, 'cause that's the problem, is he gets to pad the numbers a little bit. But no, there's that. I mean, 32 slam finals, and he's literally made the final in every other slam in his career, essentially. 32 out of 68.
Yeah, that's good. That works.
That's ridiculous. It's just like when you say that. It's just not fair. Just not fair. All right, I love this question. This will be our final trivia question of the day. And again, why are we doing this? We want to give all of you watching on the stream a chance to interact with us. Crack the Racquets after Alex Gruskin. Chance to win a 30-minute free video tutorial about your game from Paul Annacone. This trivia question's tough, BK, as we see the double fault for 1530. From 1978 to 1996. What is that? 18, 19 Wimbledon events. Only 5 different players, won the Wimbledon women's singles titles. Their names were Steffi Graf, Martina Navratilova, and what 3 other players? Again, 78 to 96. That's the Graf-Navratilova era. They dominate Wimbledon. Honestly, make what Federer and Djokovic have done over the past 15 years look like nothing. But only 3 other players have won the titles. Can you name any of the 3, let alone all 3?
From 78?
From 78 to 96. One of the names is easy. The other 2 are tricky. One of the names is the easy one.
I got one. It's probably the easy one.
Yeah. I'll let you write down all 3 before I give you a guess. I won't confirm if you're right or wrong, but you can make your guess.
Oh!
Yes, he does have the easy one, folks. As we see again, set point here to force the breaker. Wasn't clean, but let's go to the 3rd. You love to see it. You pay more for the frame, you take the frame.
I guess that is why you don't turn your back.
Yeah, seriously. Take the tattoo, it's worth it. As Snohan sends the 2 seeds into a 3rd set breaker, going to be that 10-point decider to wrap up our play. And again, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn here. 6.5 hours of fantastic SoCal Pro Circuit action for all of you tennis fans today. Comes down to a 3rd set breaker before we head towards week 6 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, again, next week we're going to have men's, women's singles doubles action for you. We'll have championship singles action tomorrow as well. Certainly wonder how much time they're going to give Yang before she has to play the singles final tomorrow. She'll take on Mckenna Jones. That match currently scheduled. Unclear what time they've scheduled. Yet to be scheduled. The men's and women's singles finals. Of course, worth noting, 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Djokovic, Kyrgios, Wimbledon final. You may have heard. We'll be on after that match. 1 tiebreaker to go. Again, you play to 10, win by 2, switch sides every 6. no Hans to serve first on the near side of your screen.
Two back on the serve to start the tiebreaker.
Well, we're getting all the stumps, right? We're pulling it all out at this point.
Not the success they were hoping for with that play to start this third set decider.
And
I guess you do take away the offense of the Yang return.
two back, or maybe they're just sick of getting the ball slaughtered at them. Look at that angle from Kim. Creativity at its finest, opening up the court there, 1-all. What do you want to see here in the third set, BK? What are the fundamentals here? First serves?
Yeah, first serves, a lot of returns in play, I think. Aggressive, moving forward, just bringing the targets in.
Like to press forward. Want to be the team on the attack here. Make your opponents do something special down the home stretch. Tulahid Young getting into that 2-up position. 2-all now here. We're back on serve. Nice stuff. Not sure what's more impressive. The hands from Han at the net to just, again, survive the missile. And was that return from Yang Yang. Good middle from Kim as well. Just splits them for the pass. 3-2 now. Again, back on serve. All right, let's make the turn here. As we do, again, a reminder, Championship Sunday continues tomorrow. BK will be joining me. All new host, trivia questions, topics, things to discuss. Of course, Yang Yang gonna bounce back tomorrow for that singles final. Side of your screen here, 3-0. What does that 12 hours look like for Young? Just meal, recovery, rest?
Yeah, get the stress levels down as quickly as possible. Immediately get some food in the system. Good night's sleep. What an overhead. A great exchange at the net there from all four players. You know, the biggest thing is just trying to get a little bit of your mind off the tennis. It's so hard. When you're in the middle of a tournament, it's so hard to shut off that kind of fight or flight mentality. You're always on. It's always trying to be prepared for that next match, but so important to just calm down a little bit, quiet the mind, do something you enjoy.
it. Our tennis. Now we're going to do Heat winning out. So 5-3, they take the mini break lead. Long 6-4 now. Again, so tough here. Not to any overwhelming theme in this match. 3-point has been shaped a little bit differently.
Using the fence.
Yeah, where did that slice wide come from?
It's using the fence to your advantage.
Exceptional serving from the 18-year-old, closing in now. Here again, Young's made 3 doubles finals in 5 SoCal events. This would be her second title. The 18-year-old does go on one of these 6-week runs on the WTA Pro Tour. You can say, I saw her compete first on the Cracked Racquets channel.
Oh, total control of this tiebreaker.
Just an easy swinger. So 8-4 now, 2 points away. Again, you see it on the top right of your screen. Shout out to our friends Wilson, TF, USTA. Have to give a shout out to our friends at Track Tennis. Finding the high quality cameras. Provided coverage of this event from the start. Of course, we're excited to have it on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel now, but credit to any of you who have tuned in earlier in the week. Or Kim serving on the near side. Make it 9-4. So 2, 3, 4, 5 is quintuple championship point. Oh no, excuse me. Good math, Alex. Went the other way. So we'll try this again. 8-5 here for the top seeds. Who doesn't love the bump blob? A staple of survival, down 8-5 in the third.
Such a smart tactic in doubles. You're seeing it used more and more. Get it over the net person. Reset the point.
Championship points. Coming up. There it is. Title number 2 for Ya Young of this SoCal Pro Circuit in doubles. She and her partner, Hina Abdullahid, 23-year-old. Now ITF Pro Circuit doubles champion. 7-5, 2-6, 10-6. they take the doubles title, BK. And as they come to us here now, as we wrap today's broadcast, what a day of action. By the way, you want to offer me a guess for that final trivia question? Again, 3 players from 78 to 1996, not named Graf or Navratilova. Those 3 players to win Wimbledon women's singles titles: Chris Everett, Yvonne Goolagong, and Conchita Martinez. By the way, your answer to our final trivia question on the day. With that said, your thoughts, BK? Saturday, week 5, SoCal Pro Circuit.
Yeah, what a super Saturday it was from Los Cab and Fountain Valley. Some great matches, a lot of 3 sets. I believe we had 5 out of the 6 matches went the distance today. So definitely seeing the competitiveness all around. Sets up for a great final Sunday. We have 2 exciting singles matches tomorrow.
Yeah, shout out to Mckenna Jones. She's like, am I left out because I only played straight sets? Like, what did I miss the memo? What's the deal here? But no, again, fantastic day of tennis. And yeah, as BK pointed out, it continues tomorrow. We'll have coverage for you here at Cracked Racquets starting no earlier than 1 p.m. Eastern time. Our men's singles final, Bangura versus Zach Fina. Our women's singles final, Yai Yang taking on Mckenna Jones. All of that coming up tomorrow. Of course, a massive shout out to our countless sponsors who help make this event possible. Shout out as well to super producer Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s, the best in the business. With all that said, for the fantastic Bradley Klon, our super producer Daniel Westoff, 1 p.m. Eastern time, by the way, he confirms. And for all of us here at both Cracked Racquets and the SoCal Pro Circuit, I am Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage, and we hope we see you all tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.